if you want to, scout him off the TV, you might not be able to get back to your seat in time to start watching these guys run right here.
Coach, it's always fun to watch big guys run fast.
That's what I was just about to say, man. I would be interested to see what Tony Baselli would look like doing this right about now.
Okay.
But throwing a shout out to my guy, man.
Little shout out.
He's the best.
Tony Basote. That's the first 40.
Give everybody some numbers here just so you get some context on this. Obviously looking at 10 splits with these big guys. So you're looking at the top 10 interior defensive linemen in terms of sacks last year. The 10 was 171. The 40 was 489. Size-wise, you're thinking 6'4", 300 pounds. That's the average as we look at Coach Carroll here.
Pete Carroll back at a scouting combine, the new HC of the Las Vegas Raiders, who are 6th overall on the clock. And as you know, Pete loves that defensive line. He loves the old NASCAR system, as they called it back in the day in Seattle.
You could throw 4 edge rushers out there at one time and let them go get the quarterback. This is a top 50 player for me in this class, and Darius Alexander out of Toledo. He's got long arms. He can knock you back. He can really bend and move. He was excellent at the Senior Bowl, Rich. And 6'0", 3'7", so just under 6'4", 305 pounds, and he carries it well.
First 40s of the scouting combine being run by the first defensive line.
See if he gets under 5 flat here. Smooth run.
Holy
there you go.
Toledo. 4.96, sub 5.40 run by a man that size.
Just real smooth. I mean, he really doesn't have any stiffness when you watch him. Everything he does is real fluid and smooth, and that was represented by that 40. That was easy.
Sean Payton, get off your phone, man. You're running. See what? What's the Wordle for the day?
I was going to say. I got it.
40.
It was a 3-guesser for me.
I would try a 40. Did you really do it?
I got my Wordle today. Come on.
No, I haven't done it yet. Zeke Biggers. Georgia Tech.
Just look at the size of all these guys. He's 6'5.5", 321 pounds.
Fingers can't be over the line. Okay? Perfect.
There you go. He gets the whistle before he even gets in his stance because his fingers were over the line.
Doesn't have a ton of production, but you've got something to work with the size here.
5'9".
And 171 is a good target number for that 10, so he's a little bit over.
Yeah, good to see Jim here. His name's on the building. He might as well be here, right?
He likes big guys too, not just Howie Roseman. That's a foundation of his coaching philosophy. And this is another big one. Y.A. Black.
Of Iowa.
He is able to clog up some space inside. I don't have to move him around too much. He's just going to eat up blocks.
And he's about to go and holding off. Played in this building against Jim Harbaugh's Wolverines for the Big Ten Championship a couple of years ago. And now he is running the 40. And one of the sidelines.
He's not going to be asked to run this far very often.
5.47. The new HC of the Dallas Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer. Checking out Warren Brinson of Georgia. Defensive tackle. Next up.
We've got a lot of Georgia Bulldogs here this week.
Not a surprise.
No. I just feel in years past, Rich, we've talked about these guys as maybe 280 pounds and maybe 290, and we got to bulk them up a little bit. These are grown men in this group.
14 Georgia Bulldogs here. Same number of Texas Longhorns. Tied for second most at the combine invited. Ohio State. 15 is the most this year. Here's Warren Brinson. Big steps.
Moving all right for a big man. That's a good time for him.
5'11".
I think when you commit to the University of Georgia, I think you get the combine invite in the mail the next
Yeah.
the next business day. That thing shows up.
When does the invite to fly to Philadelphia come?
It's usually a pretty full flight.
There's Jason Light, the Bucs general manager. 4 straight NFC South titles for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
This is a talented big guy here, and Jamari Caldwell out of Oregon. He's got some quickness too.
Moving. 5'17".
And that's for what he is and what he does, is someone that's going to just eat up double teams, play with a wide base. Not going to draft him for his range, but he's going to hold the point of attack real easy as that nose.
In case everyone's wondering, remember back in the day they would just do it alphabetical, didn't matter whether they were edge or inside. And we'd get fast 40s followed by big man 40s. Well, was that 3 years ago where they just
It's been
started
a couple
separating
years.
it, right?
I like it. You get to see apples versus apples here.
D tackles going first, including now the Seminole Joshua Farmer.
He's a top 50 player for me. A lot of effort. It's easy to relax. He can run faster than that. He just got to loosen up and relax a little bit.
It was a 40-yard grunt.
Yes, it was. Got to start updating some of the references, Rich, as I get older, because I don't know how people know Monica Seles anymore.
I think that's the first ever Monica Seles reference at a combine. Maybe even not just on the air, but anywhere within the stadium.
Like I said, I've got some updating to do.
Very good. Eric Gregory, Arkansas. Off he goes.
It's a pretty smooth run.
And a 10-yard split. You'll see this for the offensive linemen as well when they go out and run later on this week to wrap up the scouting combine on Sunday. We're on the air at 3 Eastern every single day. As Brian Gutekunst is here. Maybe checking out the defensive tackles to help prevent the tush push in case their proposal gets rejected. Derek Harmon, number 26 on my colleague's draft board. Daniel Jeremiah's top 50. You can check that out on NFL.com as well.
He's got really quick hands. You can even just kind of look at his
Once your offhand goes up, hold it for 3 good counts, okay?
look at his body type. You look down at his ankles, like he's got athletic man's ankles. Like he doesn't have those big cankles. He's got some nice lean ankles down there. That means he can get out and go. He's an athlete. He's got real quick hands. I mean, he lives on the other side of the line of scrimmage. And his interviews, by the way, talking with teams this week, have been outstanding. Listed as one of the favorites.
That's a nice time.
That's a really good time.
Another sub 540. That's 2 of them we've seen so far. 1/100th of a second off the unofficial time of Darius Alexander. Nice run here.
Look how relaxed his face is. Just
checking boxes, running fast 40s, having great interviews. That's what the scouting combine's all about. Don't you worry, we'll show you the 40s you missed during this commercial break when we return from it. Here's what you missed while we were gone. Jared Harrison Hunt. Oh, that's
a great 10 time.
It's a great 40 time. It's currently leading the pack.
Nice run there. 290 pounds.
Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins.
A lot of SEC D linemen here. That's a great time for him.
And now he's the leader too. I guess we had to go to commercial break to see some fast 40s there. Some first 4.9 of the combine. Cam Jackson.
That's a big man.
He comes up with a 5.25.
Over 6'6", 328 pounds. Flash player, but that's again, it's just these guys are all huge. Now, this is an exception here. This is Peebles. CD was talking about him at the top here, 282 pounds and a little over 6 foot, 6.5 feet. He is quickness and explosion.
Charles?
Yeah, and DJ, we got to see him at the Senior Bowl, and you've tracked him throughout his time at Virginia Tech and of course Duke before that. And every time I watched him, he was making a move on the defensive front, getting upfield and getting into the backfield and inserting himself into offensive situations, which was really good. And one of the things I'm looking at, guys, when he comes up is CJ West. Since we're in Indiana, and what a year for the Hoosiers, and what a year for CJ West and crew. Got good knockback, good hands, powerfully built guy, a Kent State transfer. Maybe the being in the state of Indiana will motivate him a little bit extra, and he might fly.
Speaking of flying, a 1.74.
And I think he stumbled with that 1.74.
I thought he did too.
He's got faster in him. He can beat that time.
Yeah, that first right leg coming out is Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Chicago Bears, holding the 10th overall pick again in this draft. Peter Schrager.
I'm excited to see Elijah Simmons, who's going to be running in quite a little bit here. This guy has 55 games at Tennessee, but he wasn't a starter. 6'2", 340 pounds. Lost weight going into his senior year, which was something that he wanted to do, but cool twist and cool full circle moment for us. He was at the 2019 draft in Nashville. He was on stage as one of the local high school kids. J.J. Watt tweeted afterwards and was like, that kid's got to be in the NFL. Well, sure enough, he's a step away.
There's J.J. Pegues, the mayor. It's his nickname down in Oxford, Mississippi.
He's one of my favorite players in the whole class. They use him. Defensively, obviously, he can play inside. They'll even let him play outside. Offensively, you'll see him as some wildcat. They'll line him up at running back. He'll play some tight end, some wing. He's got in the end zone. He can catch the ball. He's going to actually get to work out at fullback after the D-line workout is over. Yes. So when you think about Scott Matlock with the Chargers, you think about Patrick Ricard with the Baltimore Ravens. There's a new group now, combo. It's not just Travis Hunter.
Nice. Well, I mean, more you can do, right?
Absolutely.
Ty Robinson, Husker.
He plays hard.
Nice.
Really good.
4.83. There you go.
And again, that's 288 pounds, over 6'5". He's got a lot of twitch in his hands. You saw him run there. There's his feet. But I'm telling you, he's got a lot of pop in his hands. We'll see that when he does these bag drills here in a little bit.
Maybe we should do a simulcam with Compton.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't know.
I have to go back in Will's time.
Was Will even?
Was he combine? I don't know. I'm sure Taylor will let us know here shortly.
That'd be a fun simulcam. We love doing those as part of our combine coverage. All right, there's a Tennessee guy, Charles Davis.
And Peter was referencing him just a minute ago. Someone who J.J. Watt had an eye for, seeing him as a kid, knowing his day was coming, and here he is. CD, this is a tough man to move at the line of scrimmage.
Elijah Simmons, 5'3", 8.
He's going to be really just playing rundowns and then try and push the pocket and collapse the pocket a little bit as a rusher. CD, I was just saying a second ago, not an easy man to move away from the line of scrimmage here.
No, not at all. But DJ, when you watched him play, and Peter referenced, he wasn't a starter for much of his time at Tennessee. As you mentioned, be a 1-2 down guy. Stamina going to be a question mark, right? How often can you put him out there? But he had one of the biggest hits of the year last year. Remember we got that big stick when that poor ball carrier that he inhaled, and now we'll see him take it to the next level.
Nazir Stackhouse, again one of the 14 Bulldogs at the Combine this week.
He just likes to kind of wrestle guys with his upper body, torque guys and turn guys. It's his style.
1-8 split. Sean McDermott, the head coach of the Buffalo Bills, eyeing these players there. Nicknames are sometimes ironic.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that would apply to Junior Tafuna here. What's up? What's up, boys? Right back at you. And a guy nicknamed Junior at 6'3", 305. 6'5". I shorted him a half inch and 3 pounds.
308 now, yeah.
That's the whistle.
You rolled Okay, remember, your offhand went up, then you rolled out. They're going to get you on that roll. You're going to be slow, Junior, and you'll be fast. Yeah.
He's the GM of the Giants,
Offhand goes up,
Joe
hold
Shane.
for 3, man. Fly out there, man. Ball moves, go get a sack.
Third overall pick. Boy, in terms of needing to get it right, one would say the Giants. Well, everyone's got to get it right, obviously, but
Anybody that's picking up there is, got a little added pressure, and usually it's because you got to find the right quarterback here going forward. Solid run.
504.
At 308 pounds.
And to wrap up the first group of 40s, these guys will run it again. Those who choose to run it a second time will do so. The aforementioned Indiana Hoosier, C.J. West. And looking at the 10-yard splits. These are the ones that may be even more important than the 40, because something's gone horribly wrong on the field if one of these guys has got to run 40 yards unabated.
Although, ironically, in this building, you might have to chase this guy around for 40 yards.
There you
Anthony
go.
Richardson, the way he plays. But, it's all about the 10 time. And C.J. West, Rich, his best game was against Michigan. He played really well in that one. That's the one that jumped out to me. He can hold the point of attack, and he's got some quickness. And that's a quick
173
time.
is quick.
That's a great time.
Sub 540. And getting a round of applause from those fans here who don't have very far to drive, maybe from the campus at Bloomington. Big men running. We are off and running of our combine coverage in 2025. More 40s on-field drills when we return. Back here, what you missed. Very fast 40 maybe from this Terrapin. Faster.
Nice. Key is on this second run to just kind of relax. Get a little tense on that first one. Just relax and let it go.
Let's see if we've got a faster run from an already fast
He looks like he's
rocket.
moving pretty good.
No, we'll stick with his first run.
A little longer. Hold for a little bit longer.
We're now back live.
Okay.
We missed
Kinda
2
crunch
40s.
down. Okay, hold for a little bit longer. You got this.
Stacey Dales, take it away.
Yeah, Rich, one of my favorite players is just look at him with the eye test, is the defensive tackle out of Maryland. I know he's not running the 40 here. We're going to see him in a little bit. Jordan Phillips. He is an absolute beast. He's a gym rat, and he's an incredible leader. His personality probably flies off the mat more so than his weight numbers, but 750 on the squat, 495 on the bench, 395 in power cleans. He made state in wrestling and weightlifting out of high school in Florida, a former wrestler, and like all these guys that wrestled, DJ, really cool how much they use leverage on the defensive side of things against the offensive linemen they face, but a lot of grit, leverage, accountability as a former wrestler. A big trend now with these players.
Yeah, it's something that's always, been popular in the draft room with guys who have a wrestling background. Go back to Ray Lewis and his background. He looked like he was hurting a little bit there at the end of that.
Yeah, that's Zeke Biggers. Did I hear that right? 750-pound squat.
That's quite a bit. That's a little.
That's
I don't know how it all
three-quarters of a
fits
K,
on
man.
fits on the bar there.
Jeez. Peter Schrager.
Rich is the player I know is close to your heart. Kenneth Grant was a guy that I think everyone was excited to see. Mason Graham, of course, got all the headlines during the season and going into this year, but Kenneth Grant, the big fella out of Michigan, lined up next to him. And Bruce Feldman, who we all read his stuff and love his work on Fox, he said he was going to be number 3 on his freaks list going into the college football season. Grant was great, did everything he wanted. We found out today a hamstring is what's going to keep him from competing. Major bummer here. I just wanted to see him compete, but to think both defensive tackles from this year's Michigan team, not last year's with all those different guys who went to the pros, this year's are likely going to be first-round picks. Neither one are going to compete today.
539 from Y.A. Black of Iowa.
Going back to Kenneth Grant, and Peter's talking about him. Just watch the USC game, and when it finishes, just put your feet up on the desk, have yourself a soda, and that's all you need to see. That's it. Just watch the USC game, grade the flashes, done. Put your pen down.
That's it.
Done. Everything you need to see.
As Warren Brinson gets the whistle. And Mason Graham this week,
Take
when
your
asked
time.
if there were a couple of plays that he would want to
Take
have
your time.
shown
We're
to
on you, okay?
scouts. He just said roll back the whole Ohio State tape is what he said.
He's got more than just that game you can roll back too, but that's a high water mark where both those guys are pretty dominant. But that's, with Grant, I go back to when Haloti Ngata was coming out and people, kind of dinged him and where's the consistency and the playmaking? I'm like, you just got to grade the flashes. When you're that big and that rangy and that athletic, we saw it with Dexter Lawrence, same exact thing. Now, you might require a little bit of patience, but there's only so many people on God's green earth that are that big that can move like that guy.
Here's Brinson. Took a sip. Cleared the nostrils.
He had a huge hit in the Alabama game. He gets let free. They cut him loose, and you see him finish and close. See some more playmaking there with him, but, man, there's a lot of guys up front you got to account for at Georgia.
A slightly better second run. Just to prove that I'm not a liar. Mason Graham at the podium when asked that very question about what the scouts, if there's just a couple of plays that he'd want to see.
I feel like just rolling out Ohio State film, that's all you need to see, really.
He's a hero. He's a hero to many of us. Mason Graham.
He was pretty darn good against Alabama in the playoffs last year, too. I mean, there's a lot of high-mark games for him. I went and saw him live when they played against Jamari Caldwell in Oregon.
Yeah.
And I was at that game, and I went down onto the field before the game, and scouts, you're taught to go down the field and body type the players and see what they look like physically.
On the hoof, as they say.
On the hoof, yeah. So I get down and I see Mason Graham. I go, oh, my gosh, I have overgraded this guy. I mean, I gave him such a huge grade, but he doesn't necessarily look prototypical in terms of the length and the body type. And then I proceeded to watch the game and said, nope, we're good. We'll leave that grade right exactly where it is.
Is that right? Charles?
I love this conversation. I absolutely love it. I'm going to get to Walter Nolan in just a minute, but Rich, you were talking about, what we saw there from Mason Graham. I talked to him on radio earlier this week, and he said that he and Jack Sawyer of Ohio State saw each other during the medical testing. And I said, you guys side-eye each other? What'd you do? He said, yeah, we kind of circled for a while.
Charles.
And then eventually we dapped. He said eventually we dapped it up and we were okay. And the last thing he said was, never lost to those guys. But DJ...
Was that at a Starbucks or no?
No.
Nice.
I knew that was coming. 3, 2, 1, and clear. But DJ, just real quick, when Walter Nolan's not going to run, but when I watch him on tape, you knew he'd be powerful. But the punch that I see from him that shocks people, it's like Mason Graham's punch, where he just knocks people back and just takes off from there. And I love the way Walter Nolan redirects. Kind of reminded me of a week at Mobile like Jaron Reed had at Alabama, where every play he was involved in something.
Well, with Walter Nolan, he was recruited as a 330-pound player. He showed up at A&M at 274. It was like a different human being showed up on campus, and they're like, what is going on? He just, I want to get myself in shape. So they ended up building him back up to get back over 290, but it's almost like he trained with a weight vest in high school, and now that's maybe one of the reasons he's so dang explosive.
Speaking of punches, I could use some coffee. Do you know where I can get any?
They probably got their TV on somewhere.
Stacey Dale.
Did you want me to run some coffee?
No,
Rich?
not.
I mean,
that's not. That wasn't. No.
Are we gonna?
I like Ian. I think Ian knows where to get some. That's what I'm saying.
Are we going to do this until Saturday?
Sunday. We're on the air till Sunday.
Okay.
So
we'll
if I have anything to do with it. But,
all right. Well, sounds good. Hey, Walter Nolan, just to piggyback on you guys. One of the things that he identifies, Charles talked about it, just how violently he plays the game. He said this week, I'm not a one-trick pony. I can move up and down the line. DJ, he wants to be able to move up and down the line. He feels he's that versatile. And his violent play style is what he thinks is going to kind of translate to the next level.
Yeah, he's someone, again, the twitch and the explosiveness is there. There's just some times where he wins the battle and loses the war. I'd like to see him locate the ball a little bit more, and you'll see some more playmaking from him. But yeah, it's all in his body. And Joshua Farmer's had 2 good runs, looks smooth from Florida State. He's going to. I think he'll go in the second round.
Sweet Puma Nelson, who's on the Mount Rushmore of stage managers, just poked his head around the corner and asked, "Do I really want some coffee?"
Oh no, yeah, he's
and
not
I'm
up
like,
to
no,
date.
don't worry about it. Puma. That was just a gratuitous reference And there's going to be many more of those. So I'm fine. Gregory. I think he runs a 5.15.
That's who he is.
Comes Derek Harmon now.
He had one of the smoother runs.
And obviously, we're going to be talking quite a bit about it in this copycat league. It's difficult to copycat when somebody's roster has the talent on one single defensive line, as say the Eagles have. You know, you could make a great case that the team that gave the Eagles the toughest run during the playoffs were the Los Angeles Rams. And they have got a loaded line as well.
They got after Jalen Hurts that day, too.
Right, and so obviously it's very important to see if you can find, obviously, Tampa once upon a time sent Brett Veach back to the drawing board for his offensive line based on a Super Bowl. 2012's Akeem Hicks is your comp for Derek Harmon.
Yeah, this is just what the numbers spit out. So this wasn't necessarily my individual one, but this is what I love about the history of the Combine and the context you can provide by just finding DNA matches across the board, and you get some interesting comparisons.
I can't wait for you to show America what you think Cam Scadaboo's comp is.
We got a few days.
I'm just throwing that out there because you gave me a little preview walking back to the hotel yesterday. It's fantastic. Derek Harmon.
Yeah, it's just relaxed. Look at
that 40. My goodness, he improved on a 4.97. Deserves a smattering of applause you can hear from the crowd. That is here.
He's my 26th overall player, and I think he's got a outstanding shot of finding his way into the first round.
There's Eric DeCosta of the Balmer Ravens.
He's getting the times from the booth. I love that.
Jared Harrison Hunt.
Wow.
4.87.
Hey now.
Okay.
Let's go.
There's a round of applause.
He's got a nice little shake bull move too. His go-to is a pass rusher.
Wow, that almost caught Ty Robinson for best time for a defensive tackle here. The first group of defensive linemen finishing up their first 40s. Then we'll see them out there on the field for on-field drills. Then we'll see some edge rushers and linebackers. The table's set for a fun first day at the Combine, live on NFL Network. The 40-yard dash of Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins.
2 good times.
Very good. Next up, Cam Jackson, Florida.
This is over 6'6", 328 pounds. So keep that in mind when you're watching him move.
5'18". And Aeneas Peebles, as we're back live.
He had the two-face hair. Like half the hair was one color and half was the other.
I wouldn't know about that stuff.
I think Peebles can run faster than that first time.
Okay.
He stumbled.
He did stumble.
He stumbled out the gate.
He stumbled to a 4.95.
Just get a nice clean start here.
Let's see what we got. That's a much better start. Let's see about the finish. No.
Huh. Interesting.
I guess he needs to stumble.
He's not happy with that. I think, look, that's the great thing about this. You run here, you get another crack at it at your pro day. I think he can best that time.
Okay, that is the brass of the Dallas Cowboys. This is what it looks like being selectively aggressive right there. I just love the conversations around the Dallas Cowboys, man, every year. One after another after another. The level of interest through the roof. Passionate fans waiting to get back to the Super Bowl and see what they do in free agency in a few weeks.
To me, a salad bar rich, selectively aggressive.
Well, we on the Rich Eisen show, we made up laminates like it's a backstage pass to a tour, the Selectively Aggressive
Nice,
Tour,
nice.
free agency tour.
Nice.
519 for JJ Pegues. Let me know if you want any merch from the Selectively Aggressive
I will.
tour.
It's just
Sure.
let me know if there's a charge involved.
4:83. Ty Robinson, the unofficial time, is the fastest from this defensive tackle group.
6'5", 288 pounds. They move him up and down the line of scrimmage at Nebraska.
By the way, Compton ran a 4.6 at his pro day.
Oh, you heard? Yeah. Yeah, he's going.
4.89. Two tremendous times, sub 4.940s for Ty Robinson.
Boy, that Colorado game, their defensive line was dominant.
There's Elijah Simmons.
CD, if you're out there, I'd love to. I lost him. I'm going to pick him up on the backside of this because I want to engage him on this conversation, Rich, which is because of the shell coverage, which is two high safeties and trying to take away the explosive plays offensively. What's happened then is you have to play with lighter boxes. So guys like this, who at this size can hold up and handle double teams, where they kind of went out of style and it's like, oh, our D lineman, our interior D lineman got to be able to rush the quarterback. Now there's more value in these guys because you want to keep those safeties in the parking lot to prevent big plays. You've got to be able to hold up against the run with lighter boxes. So having a player like this, I think the value now versus 7 or 8 years ago, it's kind of all come back full circle.
And his number is 538 for Elijah Simmons. Finishing up, 3 more 40s, and then we'll get to the on-field drills for the defensive tackle group. There's Nazir Stackhouse.
Again, from an age standpoint, I mean, me making Jerry Stackhouse comments is probably not going to land, Rich.
That's true. That is correct. That is correct. Not lost on me, though, so please keep going.
I appreciate that.
Don't worry about the demo. Just keep on nailing it.
Hey, consistent times there. Balance is something I want to watch him in the drills. That was one of the questions I had, so I get a chance to see him change direction, move around.
Here's a Ute. Junior Tafuna ran a 5.04 his first time.
That is a pretty lean 3.08 right there.
Yeah.
He flashes a little bull rush power, too, when you study him. He can jolt guys at the point of attack with his hands.
He just got jolted by the whistle.
A little longer. You got a little bit of a roll yet, okay? You got this, man. 3 good counts. Just fly out here, man. Move on the ball. That's all you got to do. Move on the ball.
Wants him to hold his form a little longer instead of rolling out. The reason we don't want to roll out is because the minute there's a movement, the time will start.
Yeah, it's not going to do you any favors. He's trying to help you with that by getting you back.
There we go.
It's a clean one.
Okay. Who you got this guy comped with?
Well, you can go back to the same school here as we look at C.J. West. Sorry, he's coming up here. That's a different school. Kenny Clark, we're ready to see a UCLA Bruin there. But this is the height, weight, length, the 10 split, which is excellent. That's a good one to be comped to. Kenny Clark wins with quickness. And that's C.J. West, who can, in those short areas, just win right now. Early wins. That's what Kenny Clark has done. Kenny Clark also a master of how well he uses his hands.
The Green Bay Packers. Excellent career for him. As you mentioned, the Bruin from Westwood. The Indiana Hoosiers. with Coach Google Me this year. It's just a great season.
All of a sudden, Indiana's a football school. That wasn't clean.
And it's the same result anyway. 4.96.
He gave us a little. I like it when you give me a little when you get to the finish line there. He liked it.
And a smattering of applause for the final 40 of a defensive tackle group. We're about to get out there and watch some on-field drills. And there's Mason Graham, DL 11. Let's take a look at this Wolverine. He was 260 pounds or better from the defensive line group. And Shamar Stewart jumped 40 inches, which is a half-inch shy of Landon Jackson of Arkansas, a half-inch shy of Mario Williams, first overall pick of the 2006 draft, and 1 inch shy of the first overall pick of the 2017 draft in Myles Garrett.
That's good company.
So,
yeah. Now let's get
forward to him, but
we got to adjust our eyes now. We've watching the big guys, and now we're going to watch the edge guys. So it's going to look a little different, a little more pop.
Tyler Barron is first up.
Give you the markers here in just a second after this run.
Already the 10 split and the 40 time.
So if you look at last year, top 10 edge rushers just in sacks.
Yes.
We're looking at a 4.62 40 with a 1.61 10. So those are what those benchmarks that you're aiming for here. Size-wise, 6'3" and 3/4, 254 pounds. So, and the interesting thing is we'll see linebackers here in a minute. This will tell you where pass rush is right now. The average 40 of the edge rushers, top 10 in sacks, is better than the linebackers that were top 10 in tackles last year. So you got to have some juice to really put up big numbers off the edge when it comes to getting to the quarterback.
Tyler Batty. BYU. He's going to have to
miss that one. He's productive.
Start over again. Laces out. Talking to Dave Canales right there. Marino is here.
Okay.
Now, if this was
Mayock would ask for the pick.
You know what I mean?
It would be requested.
You're not there picking off anybody, right?
Yeah.
Who picked you? Who picked you off that went to the Hall of Fame?
Well,
let's reverse it.
It's going to be tough. I don't know who Furman had it that year in those years, but I know the Wofford Terriers were a mean fighting bunch back then, but I don't think they had any Hall of Famers.
Just trying to reverse engineer what used to be an annual tradition.
Yeah.
And anytime we saw Marino, let's cue up Mayock picking him off when he was in BC and Marino was at Pitt.
Well, somewhere there's an accountant that's raising his hand saying there's video.
I picked off Daniel Jeremiah, and I can do your taxes. Let's see what Batty does now. There he goes.
7-0.
4.86.
So again, the number, and it is a brisk number that you're shooting for. It is high. It's impressive, but 161 that's what you're trying to get in that elite group.
Here comes Jordan Birch.
Now he's a tweener. Like you see his size there. He plays on the edge, but he has the size to play inside and do some different things there. So teams are going to view him differently and where they see him fitting at the next level. He's supposed to be really, really athletic in terms of the testing for his size. He stumbled. That's a good.
It's pretty darn good.
Not bad for a stumble, throwing a 4.7 flat. At that size.
69 pounds.
And this is where Abdul Carter would have fit in, his DL 44. So we'll just go straight to DL 45 for Dill Diggs of Syracuse.
Talked to me some of his former coaches. Now he started out at A&M and then followed his position coach to Syracuse in the portal. Didn't really lift a lot in high school, and man, he has just taken off and developed each and every year in college. That's a great 10.
And a great time.
We're talking.
Fastest 40 yet, 4.57.
He can run, and he plays with effort.
two-time captain at Texas A&M as well. Ethan Downs of OU and our Sooner. Take it away, Stacey.
Oh, what a great segue, Rich.
Thank
Boomer
you.
Sooner. Listen, the athleticism in this group is spectacular. I was kind of sneaking away from the last group and peeking in on the verticals. We just saw Landon Jackson on the screen there. Landon Jackson and Shamar Stewart, who we know is an athletic freak. How about both of them jumping 40-plus inches at the vertical? Well, listen to this. Defensive linemen to weigh 260 or more pounds and jump 40 inches in the vertical at the scouting combine, which is since 2003. Mario Williams, 2006, Myles Garrett, 2007, and the only other two, Shamar Stewart and Landon Jackson. Myles Garrett, I should say 2017, excuse me. That is impressive company. And he was flying when I talked to him. I said, what was your target? He said, I was happy if I touched a 38. He went to 40 and a half. And then just on Shamar Stewart, you guys, he said this week, if you don't pick me, just know I'm going to bring hell to your city. I asked him 5 things. I love that, right? I said 5 things you've tried to impress upon teams while you've been here. 1, set edges. 2, fill gaps. 3, pursue the ball. 4, discipline and disrupt at the line of scrimmage, disrupting the quarterback. And the last one is just putting other people in a position to have success. Those 2 guys, so impressive so far.
They've been crushing it. We can't wait to see run their 40s because that vert measurement usually does lead to fast 40s, as we watched Ahmed Hassanin of Boise State run 4.82. And now here is Landon Jackson. Again, just to reiterate, there's only 2 guys of 260 pounds or heavier in the defensive line group who have had a 40-inch vert or more, and they're both number 1 overall draft picks. And 2 guys just did it. Here's one of them. Landon Jackson.
He's starting to really stride it out.
4.69.
It wasn't a tremendous 10, and then you saw him open up. And once he opened up, he can really stride it out. He had an awesome Senior Bowl game. Had a really nice game against LSU and Will Campbell as well.
So we'll run 40s while we're in commercial break and come back and show them to you. Big men heading for quarterbacks, running fast. 40s that you missed while we're in the commercial break. This is Ja Joyner, Golden Gopher, 4.64.
Kyle Kennard, DL 55.
Kyle Kennard, South Carolina.
Very, very productive.
And he runs a 4.7 640. Sean Martin, West Virginia. .49 flat. Here's James Pierce Jr.
This one I'm interested in.
Back
as
live.
He plays extremely fast and plays explosive. The jumps were not great, which kind of surprised me a little bit. He did not jump higher.
Is he wearing a hoodie?
Yeah. He doesn't have the compression shirt on. He's one of the few that's got the shirt with a little hoodie action.
I don't recall seeing too many hoodies on the 40. That's like me running with my sport coat. You know, a
little parachute.
It's what I'm saying.
I don't think it mattered based off that start. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep wearing the hoodie, James.
That's where the comparisons between James Pierce and Rich Eisen will stop.
Yeah. I think I run a 4.530.
Woo.
You know? Look at that.
That shows up on tape. He is explosive. His first 3 steps as a rusher, he goes. He covers ground and he goes, and he is relaxed.
Look at the hoodie flowing. Wow, Charles.
Yeah, and Rich, I actually saw a few hoodies in the first group because when they've got the hoodie, there's no numbers on the back. Non-hoodie, you get the numbers on the front and the back, and I think they just would like to see the flow of the hoodie in the back there. But Pierce, you mentioned those first 3 steps, DJ. It's amazing because the leading sack guys in Tennessee history, they were much more power guys. Reggie White used to hold the record before, and they were powerful getting upfield. But Pierce, definitely much more like the sprinter we just saw.
That was impressive. Fastest 40 we've seen yet. 4.74 from Antoine Powell-Ryland.
Yeah.
And here comes Elijah Roberts. Shamar Stewart's a couple away. Really looking forward to seeing that 40.
The bar has been set. That was just, I mean, going back to Pierce, that was an easy 4.5 flat. Roberts, he's a good player. He's got production, 17 and a half sacks over the last 2 years. Miami transfer, he comes out of that 4-point stance and he explodes out when you're watching him on tape.
4.78.
He's big, 285 pounds, so much bigger than some of these guys.
Aaron Sorrell out of Texas, as we see Jim Harbaugh with his hoodie. And then we get Shamar Stewart. You want to call your shot with Stewart?
I will. I'll let him get up there, and then I'll call my shot. I'm excited to see Sorrell run because he can move too.
Remember, backhand, offhand goes back, 3 good
Here's
counts.
Pete Carroll back at the Combine after a year
You got it.
out. Chit-chatting in the Raiders suite. Said this week he speaks to Tom Brady almost every day.
I just feel like Malcolm Butler belongs in that suite. He's gonna have just for the conversation piece.
4.72.
He's put together too now.
Okay. Here's Shamar Stewart.
All right, you said call your shot.
Yes, sir.
At that size of Shamar Stewart, I'm going to tell you, this is putting a lot of pressure on him by doing this. I'm going to say the second number is a 4, which is a stupid thing to say.
For someone who's 6'5", 267.
It's not, I know. I mean, it sounds stupid, but the way he jumped and the way how fast he plays on tape, and he's leaned up a little bit, lost some weight. I think we're getting ready to see something here.
40-inch vertical. Usually translates into a fast 40-yard dash. We shall see from Shamar Stewart. 10.
See, I should have done that to him. I mean, it's a great time. It's a great 10 split. It's a great overall time with the jumps. But I think he can run faster than that. It wasn't a pure, clean run.
We shall see maybe a second run from him. And
that's a great time. I mean, let's not kid ourselves.
Of course not. Of course, we should not sit here and put anything more on him, like say he should run a 4.4 or that he's got a comp of Myles Garrett. I mean, you know.
Well, this one can run too now. Princely can fly.
Princely Umanmielen. Charles.
Yeah, Princely Umanmielen. Had a chance to talk with him this week, guys, and you know, as a DJ, these guys always have an opportunity to come out early. And he said what really drove him to go back to school. He mentioned team goals first, possibly playing for a national championship. But the big one was he felt like he had something still to prove and to himself, double-digit sacks in the season. And he got there with 10.5 this past year. And, you know, in his family, the name Prince goes through a number of different people, sisters and other people like that. And he said that's just their tradition in the family, and it goes back into their culture.
He looking strided out. That was a good back half there.
Stacy?
Hey, Rich, just an update on James Pierce and the hoodie. Well, the reason he's wearing a hoodie, he just told me, is because he forgot his other shirt. I would assume back at the hotel room. But it was a 4-5 unofficial, so clearly didn't affect him too much. And he told me he's, quote, smooth with it. He's going to run again. And I said, how fast do you want to go? He said, just fast. And by the way, that special tape on the back of his legs is just KT tape. Rich.
Thank you very much. That's Stacy going next level as
Doing her
always.
homework.
I'm smooth with it. Why not? 4-7 flat
Good
for
run.
David Walker.
Good run for David Walker. Really, really
Out of
productive.
Central Arkansas. So we're watching very big men running real fast at absurd height and weight. Look out, quarterbacks. These guys are coming. 40s we missed during the commercial break. The second 40 of Hurricane. Tyler Barron improved.
That's really good. Nice time.
Let's see about Tyler Batty. One Tyler improves.
That's a
And
significant improvement. His game's not about athleticism either.
2 Tylers improve. Jordan Birch.
That was one of the more impressive runs at his size.
All right, we're 3 for 3 and improved second 40 times. Nice split too. Gil Diggs.
He kind of had the under radar 4.57.
4.61's not too shabby. So we'll stick with the 4.57. James Pierce, the 4.5 flat is the time everybody's trying to.
It's a good start.
4.73. Ethan Downs will stay with his first. And we're back live with Boise State's Ahmed Hassanin.
He's one of my favorite stories in
Why
this
is that?
draft. He grew up in Egypt and ended up coming over to America later on in life. He's hasn't played football very much. He started playing competitive football in 2019. He was one of the top CrossFitters in Egypt, and then kind of discovered football as he came over to America. And everybody raves about him at Boise. They rave about him where he's been training. But they said what's funny about him, everybody loves him, but he doesn't know anything really about American college football culture. And he saw one of the guys working out, and he said, "So you go to ATM?" He goes, "It's A&M. I go to Texas A&M."
Well, if he runs like that, he's going to an ATM, that's for sure. 4.78.
He is a great kid and productive. He had 9.5 sacks for that Boise team this year.
Isn't that amazing? He's an Egyptian CrossFitter. He winds up in Idaho, and now is going to be in the NFL.
He's going to get drafted in the middle rounds and have a career as a professional football player.
Brandon Jackson improves. He's still shaking his head a little bit. 40.5.
That's a great time, man. 1.65.10.
What's the split you're looking for like?
Well, I mean, the elite
top,
one
it's elite.
is 61, 161.
Boy, that Brandon Bean, the Bills are cooking up something in the back there. Look at the steam coming out of there. It's like a tailgate.
I hope that's food.
Yeah, right. Okay. Job Joyner. We are assuming it is wings.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Brand.
It's not a great start.
Better finish.
He made up for it.
Kyle Kennard. Coming up next.
Kyle Kennard's an interesting one, too. He was at Georgia Tech, and he ends up transferring to South Carolina. He gets 1 year to play at South Carolina, and to say he cashed in is an understatement. The SEC Defensive Player of the Year. He's a father. He's very mature.
No. 4.73 for Kyle Kennard. Sean Martin is next.
All right, so enough now.
From West Virginia. Speaking of, Pat McAfee's kicking off our coverage tomorrow with us.
Oh, nice.
You and I spent some time with him today.
Always an interesting time we get a chance to hang with Pat.
Don't forget Mad Mel.
Oh,
Do
he's
not
Ty's
forget
the
Mad Mel.
best.
Who's Ty? I only met Mad Mel today.
Well, yeah, both of them. Huge fans,
Oh, yeah?
both
Very good
guys.
count.
Yeah.
Freeze your offhand. Okay.
That's Vrabel.
Elliot Wolf. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be odd if he changed his shirt? You know what I mean? Wardrobe changes.
He doesn't strike me as a wardrobe change kind of guy. Sean
Yeah,
Martin.
he wasn't into the whole thing about, hey, man, how's that hit you that you're Patriots head coach now? He's like, yeah, we're just evaluating players. Sean Martin.
I don't think sentimental is going to be on the job description there.
4.88.
Yeah, he plays in that 3-man front, plays defensive end, and plays with long arms.
4.5 flat. If you're being comped with Brian Burns, you're in good shape. Let's put it that way. One of the best in the business. Now applying his craft for the G-men. Pierce running a 4.5 flat. Again, he's wearing the hoodie. I was commenting about that. Stacey Dales goes up to him, and he's like, yeah, I left my other shirt in the hotel. I'm cool with this. He runs the fastest 40 we've seen today.
When you're fast, it really doesn't matter. I would like to see him get in the 4.4s, though. He's right there.
Let's see.
The card looks better on the draft board when that's a 4. It just looks a little different in the edge pile.
He's going to be whistled.
Remember, offhand goes back, then hold it for 3 counts. Your offhand went back and you took off. Offhand goes back, hold 3 counts. You got it, man.
No, I appreciate you.
And try it again.
Just watch how relaxed he is when he runs. There's no strain or effort. It's just smooth and fast. I blew him.
Remember, this is your offhand. Hold it for 3 counts.
Your pass. You just went real quick.
That last one, I think Pierce shot him a look.
Yeah, Mark's caught a couple of those glares over the years.
Let's see what we got here. Getting the feet set again now. Four, 5 flat in his first run. This is his 3rd attempt at his 2nd run. There he goes.
He's flying, man.
And there it is. Crowd shows its approval for the first sub 540 we've seen here in 25.
He's smiling. When you're that fast, you can smile in the middle of your 40.
I'm cool with it. That's what that smile says. 40s that were run during our bill paying portion. Al Ryland improved his 40.
He's got production too. 16 sacks this year to go along with a solid run.
Roberts. Mustang. Let's stick with his first run.
He's a lot bigger than a lot of these guys in this group.
Sorrell.
He plays a little faster than that 4.7 too, and there it is.
Runs well. 4.68. Improved it.
He's got muscles on his muscles.
Here's Shamar Stewart.
He had a really good start the last time. It's a great time.
4.59. There you go.
His 10 time 1.60, which is elite.
Van Mielen gets whistled.
It's a great
And
moment.
now we're back live.
It's a great moment with him at the Senior Bowl. He was doing one of the one-on-one reps at the end of practice. Coach went over to get his name to announce who was going to be in the matchup, and he gave him his first name and his last name. And he goes, Princely, come on up here.
Long
He is
strider.
a long strider, is right.
He's 4.72. He's getting a first down every other step. Looked like. All right, here's the final 40 of a defensive lineman. And they're going to get out there for their on-field drills. Then we've got the linebacker group tonight.
You're going to want to stick around for the linebacker group, too, because we got some low numbers coming for that group.
Okay. lower than Pierce's 4.47.
We're going to have somebody run faster than that.
Okay.
Linebacker.
So stay tuned for that. It's just after 6 o'clock here, Eastern Time. Sun's still out through the windows of Lucas Oil Stadium as David Walker of Central Arkansas.
He is relentless with the way he plays, with his effort.
Well, he just improved his time. Gets a nice little golf clap from the crowd here inside Lucas Oil, 4.69, which is nice. So let's see what the defensive linemen, the edge rushers, and a couple of guys who jumped straight up vertically very well. Let's see what they do, and they get out there for the on-field drills when we come back. Won't be too long till we see him run, since it's an Auburn Tiger, to be fair and balanced, to lead us off here.
Gene Asante, let me give you the
Gene
numbers here.
Asante.
If we're just taking a number, let's just look at tackles from last year, the top 10 in the league. The 40 time, when you're looking at those guys, the 40 is 4.63. So that's kind of a great target. I mean, you got to be able to run, play linebacker in this league. You got to cover, you got to have range.
Here we go. Final 40s of day one. And a 4.48 to start us.
That's a good start right there. Get us going here, Mr. Asante. Nicely done. And you'll see that with him, the speed, the chase. He has twitched up all caps here when I'm looking at my notes. He absolutely destroyed the Cal running back on the way to the quarterback in that game.
Yeah, James Pierce ran a 4.47 of the defensive line group, the fastest there. So already we've seen that time threatened.
Bossett's a good athlete and absolutely the unquestioned leader of that Oregon football team. And at the Reese's Senior Bowl, established himself just in that week of practice as the leader of his team down there in Mobile. He's got natural leadership qualities.
So part of the Oregon Ducks team that won the Big Ten in their first year in the Big Ten right here in this building against Penn State. And then they ran into the Ohio State buzzsaw in the Rose Bowl. That game was over before it began.
It jumped right on him. That's a good time.
Stacey Dales.
Yeah, Rich, just quickly on Jihad Campbell, obviously 6'3", about 235. He talked to him this week, said, people think I'm a big guy, can't run. Well, DJ just said he's going to fly. And he said you can underline a 4.6, but I think if he can just hit below that, he would be very happy today. But he's certainly been training for this.
I think he plays faster than 4.6 too, Stace, so it'll be interesting to see what that time is.
Carson Bruner of Washington.
Family business, Rich. Mark, his dad. Steeler lore.
Off he goes. 4.59.
That's a really good time for him. And he's got instincts all over the place. You watch him against screens, sniff those out. He's very instinctive in coverage. He plays ultra aggressive.
There's Teddy Buchanan of Cal Bear. Nice frosted lid right here.
I went with that look once upon a time in college. Rich.
Did you? How'd it work for you?
Well, it's just, I would say it was a
brief moment?
I was going to say a cousin of Justin Timberlake, not a brother, it was, and they were very frosted.
Buchanan's 40-inch vert. Let's see if it translates. It's the best of the linebacker group. It's a 4.61.
Yeah, that's the mark here. 4.63 is what you're aiming for, so he's dipped below that. That's excellent.
So here's the man of the hour, Jihad Campbell from Alabama. An eighth of an inch shy of 6'3", 235.
Your toe can't be beyond this line right here.
Let's get Mark Gorsick, the longtime Steelers scout.
Top of that black line. You got it right there. You're cool.
He's asking him where he can place his feet.
Yes.
He can place his hands.
Just make sure your toes not on that line. You're good.
There we go.
He got out.
Jihad Campbell, 4.52.
Yeah, that's fantastic time for Jihad Campbell. It was just clean. And then again, just relax and stride it out. And you, again, there's sometimes where you don't see a DNA match from the tape to the time. That one is the speed that you see when you watch him play. He plays that fast.
Power Eccles.
It's a great name for a linebacker.
Sure is. Still won't be able to believe it that Bill Belichick is going to be on a sideline with the Carolina Blue on next fall in college football, but sure enough, that will happen. Eccles with a 4.74.
Someone that likes to shoot gaps and is a little bit rigid in some of his change of direction stuff, but he plays with a little aggressiveness, which you like.
Here comes an Iowa linebacker, Jay Higgins.
He is an awesome leader. Now the challenge is the testing. The expectations are not great for the testing, so let's see if he can surprise us here and put a good time together, because the leadership and the toughness and the instincts are excellent.
He's moving. 4.82.
That's kind of what the expectation was there. But again, if you've got instincts, you're gonna get a nice head start, cover up some of that.
Charles Davis, take it away.
Hey guys, and DJ, you always talk about these guys and how fast they go. And he said something earlier tonight about grading the flashes on players.
Yep.
Nick Martin, when Oklahoma State comes in, there was a flash play in the Big 12 championship game a couple years ago about him running down Xavier Worthy of Texas. So if I'm grading that flash, I expect him to run very fast today.
That's literally a flash, yeah.
Here's Shamar James of Florida.
Yeah, he's another one. Again, you're going to hear leader a lot with these linebackers. He's the leader of that Gator team.
4.7 flat. I mean, obviously, so many positions can be viewed as a leadership position, but on defense, you're talking about the quarterback of defense is really pretty much, certainly if we're right in the middle.
Yeah, if we're thinking sports, as you look at Coach Harbaugh and see his name in the Ring of Honor here.
Captain Comeback.
And he will appreciate this too, that in every sport, the closer to the middle of the field you get are the leadership positions. We used to always say, well, okay, with some of the other issues you might have, we were more forgiving towards the perimeter. The more we get to the middle of the field, center, quarterback, middle linebacker, safety, those are leadership communication positions. And this is another outstanding leader here, Demetrius Knight, who they love at South Carolina. He came from Georgia Tech.
And off he goes.
How about this one, Rich?
4.58.
Fantastic time. His story, he's at Georgia Tech for 4 years. Then he goes to Charlotte for 1 year and then shows up at South Carolina. When he was at Charlotte, he's a father of two, as we look at Ozzie Newsome, the legend there. As a father of two at Charlotte, he had to make some extra money. So he would play a game on a Saturday and DoorDash that night to get a little extra money for what he needed at home. So I love the fact you get somebody that's, you talk about having a work ethic and knowing what's at stake here. He does.
From DoorDash to 40-yard dash.
Yes.
We're going with a cap here. We got a cap.
Is that the first one?
I don't recall how many caps have you seen.
And it's not like a skull cap. That's like a beanie.
I think the last beanie we saw run a 40 was Wells, right?
Beanie Bishop last year, actually.
You're offhand there or not, okay? Now I know, okay? And then you went low early anyway, okay?
Good get off, though.
Real good get off. Hold you off half for 3 counts, and you'll get after it now.
221 pounds, and Charles mentioned Flash a few years ago. He should be able to roll.
Ran down Xavier Worthy on that play that Charles was referring to, and Xavier Worthy, as we all know, ran down John Ross last year. This very 40-yard dash line.
That's a good start.
4.53.
And his head was warm the whole time.
Nice.
It's starting to get a little loose there. when you're running that fast.
It's going to come off, right? Bam Martin Scott, another
Get some good
South
linebacker
Carolina
names.
player.
They'll let him kind of mug that A-gap against the center. He'll get the chance to line up just right over the center sometimes and cause some havoc.
We've seen a power, and now we've seen a bam. 4.63. Stacy?
Yeah, Rich, I'm going to play off DJ here and keep raving about Demetrius Knight. And people forget he went to Georgia Tech as a quarterback. He was a dual threat quarterback. And obviously he transitioned to linebacker. We talked to him this week. He envisioned himself as a youngster coming to the NFL Combine as a quarterback. He said way back when, if you had to ask me, would you go as a linebacker, he would have cried. That's not what his vision was. But he said in order to get on the field, I had more opportunity at linebacker. Really cool story, DJ. And by the way, he's a grown man. Wife, Jency's got a son, Malachi, 7 months old. He said he already looks like a linebacker. And daughter, Camilla, 2 years old.
That's a father or two, married father or two.
Yeah,
I don't hear that too often at a combine. Francisco Malingoa of Miami with a 4.61.
You had some quarterback experience. I saw him. He played against my son in high school as a quarterback.
Here comes
He should run well.
Kane Medrano.
He should run well. And he's someone, again, there's some of these linebackers I kind of just said, this can be a stud special teams player. He had a pick 6 and a hurdle against Nebraska that was big time, but he plays over the top of blocks. He's got a lot of bounce and just a lot of pop in his step as he's running. He's got some life to him in his movement. So he gets swallowed a little bit at times. He struggles to get off blocks, but this is one of those guys to me I think is going to find a role special teams. Run and hit, find a spot.
Your offhand went back, and you took off. So when your offhand goes back, hold it for 3 counts, and then get off. Your get off is good though. Okay, you got to hold it for 3 counts when your offhand goes back.
Too much pop in his step.
Yeah, well, you're
Got the
twitchy.
whistle.
Twitchy doesn't
Guys,
like to stand still.
move in.
Twitchy likes to get moving.
You 2 guys just came, move in. They're time intense right here, so you're not in the way. Thank you.
Oh, that was a kind and gentle. The first kind and
Yeah.
Normally, when he addresses the crowd, he's a little less kind and
wait
gentle.
till Sunday. Sunday Mark's a little different.
Normally, he's barking at people that get in the way. He's a kinder, gentler Mark Gorsuch we found this year, maybe.
It's early.
It is.
He was a thrower on the UCLA track team, so
Here it goes. Bring in the cane.
he's able to run fast.
I guess Kane gets the scepter right now. Simulcam presented by Rocket. Gerard Campbell, Will Anderson. Let's see it. Let's get after it.
All right, Jod's going to win that one.
See you later.
Look at him. Look at the length of those strides.
Yeah, that's an 8/100th of a second. We shall see what the official time is when it's all said and done. When we come back, we'll show you 40s that you missed and then the final 40s of the night. All right, the 40-yard dashes of the linebacker group that you missed. Smile Munden Jr.
He can run. He can cover.
4.62.
It's a good time for him. He lives in the weight room, too. They say they kick him out of the weight room at Georgia.
Colin Oliver.
Free and easy 4.56. Coming off of a foot injury, only played 2 games this year. That's a pretty good recovery there.
Chris Paul Jr.
Goes by Pooh Paul.
Yeah, it's no relation to the Chris Paul, the basketball player, or Pooh Richardson.
Either one.
Neither one.
Correct.
And Danny Stutzman. Final 40 of the
He's moving pretty good.
linebacker group's first run, 4.52. Very well done.
Excellent time.
And the second run of Eugene Asante.
Back up here to the top. He started us off right.
And stick with his first one. Now we're back live with an Oregon Duck, Jeffrey Abassa. been great if he went to Villanova, Bossa Nova.
Oh, it took me a second. Yeah, as we get later, my trigger's
It's
a little
okay.
slow. Yeah.
It's all right. I should have telegraphed that one a little better. It's a very Berman-esque thing right there. Bossa Nova.
Oh, with the BAM out here, Berman would be having a field day with this group.
BAM is a great name for a linebacker.
Running back, linebacker, can't go wrong.
Correct.
Bruner was rolling.
5'9". And you mentioned his dad, Mark Bruner, tight end.
Brew a little longer.
Won a championship in Washington in '91
Know your
and
path,
14 years in the league.
A lot of time in personnel as well. Been in the NFL, around the NFL forever.
They don't play the music during the 40s.
More of a field drill thing.
Okay. I'm not asking for it.
We're more PGA on the 40s, more live in the field workouts.
Good analogies. 4.59 is his time, clearly. Dean Medrano has run the fastest 40 so far of the combine. Day one, defensive line group went first. Now the linebackers.
Teddy's an interesting one. He was at UC Davis and then transferring to Cal, but he had to finish up his degree first. So he was going to classes in the spring at UC Davis, navigating that traffic. If you've been up in that area, you know what that looks like to get to Cal for practices and meetings. So that tells you how bad he wanted to be involved in this new program.
You got to go through Vacaville? Is that what you got to do?
I think that's correct.
4.61. That's two runners in a row that had the exact same time unofficial.
He's a 4.61 guy.
And 2 runs. Okay, let's see what Jihad Campbell can do. 5.2. The first time around. And New Jersey's finest down in Alabama, now here in Indianapolis, going to parts unknown. Second run.
Strong stride.
Stick with the first if that is in fact official. Both incredibly impressive for a man his size. Your comp is highly complimentary, that's for sure.
Yeah, when you see the numbers as they spit out, there's a lot of similarities there. Ran a little bit faster there than Fred Warner. Say player-wise, Fred played with, instinct-wise, a tick ahead of Jihad, but Jihad a little more burst, which is kind of reflected in that 40 time. But man, Fred he's been a gold standard for quite some time.
Spectacular for San Francisco. Power Eccles. 4.75. Almost another identical runner here. Let's go to Kunst on the phone.
So if North Carolina loses to TCU in the opener, we're on to Charlotte from Belichick?
Is that who they play next?
Yeah, it's week 2.
Look at you calling up the schedule for that one. That's neat. We're on to Charlotte. Do they play Cincinnati? Tell me they play Cincinnati at some point next year.
No, not next year.
Okay.
You do have Richmond. That's a feisty bunch you're going to see week 3.
Moving on to Richmond. 4.88.
I wouldn't schedule the Spiders personally. I don't think there's a lot of upside in that one.
They were one of those 12 seeds in hoops, right?
Yeah,
the Richmond Spiders would get you every now and then.
You don't want to see a 12.
I remember those days.
Prefer not to see an Ivy back in the day either. There was always an Ivy in the 12 spot, that 12 seed doing some damage.
That was 5-12s. Always those games. They still are.
James. They said that he can tell you where every single player lines up in every single play that they run defensively at Florida. He is locked in mentally.
There he goes. Titch better.
And I know that's minuscule, but I'm telling you, on that card when you're in the draft room,
looks better.
The 6'9" just looks so much better than that 4.70.
It's like pricing something at like $1.99 rather than $2.
No doubt. There's a reason they do that. Look at the shoes.
Demetrius Knight.
Is that Scrooge McDuck? Is that who that was?
I didn't see. See
On
when
the
he lifts his
inside.
knee.
We got to see that again at some point in time.
He's taking his time here. There we go. Demetrius Knight, 4.61.
Good time. Was I right? I was.
Oh my
that
goodness!
Isn't that Scrooge McDuck?
That sure is. What's up with that?
He's making some money, is what he's doing.
It's an interesting choice. I'm sure the folks at Disney are already on the phone. I didn't expect to see.
He made some money on his 40, and he might have lost some money as well.
I did not expect a Scrooge McDuck NIL tonight.
Here's Monty.
Cardinals general manager.
We caught Monty last year. You remember when somebody ran really fast and we got a reaction
he
from
was like,
him?
Whoa. Was it Xavier Worthy?
It might have been.
Yeah,
he
right.
kind of jumped out of his shoes.
Well, I mean,
it was great.
Pretty much everybody did.
Yeah, he just happened to be the one that we had. It just
Right.
happened to be the one we had on camera.
What a moment that was, man. That's a top 5 combine moment in our
Really
22
cool.
years now.
Really cool.
My gosh, that was amazing. And the kid scores twice in the Super Bowl, by the way. Twice in the first day and on the opening night, and twice in the Super Bowl.
It's pretty cool.
Nick Martin with a 4.55. Excellent times for him. He's a man, and he runs a 40.
Exactly. Has he hit 50 yet?
Grundy, I think he has.
He's
yes,
hit
sir.
50.
It's that time of night, isn't it? We'll finish up the 40s from the linebackers, and then we'll finish up the on-field drills of night 1 of 4 here live at the Combine on NFL Network.
He's a kid.
That's right. So here's some 40s that we missed while at commercial. Bam. Runs a 4.63. I was ready to say he was going to kick it up a notch, but he did not. Same. Mawingoa. Francisco. 4.66. So let's see if the leader in the clubhouse, not just for the linebacker group, but unofficially for the entire combine so far, day 1, will improve his time. Peter Schrager?
Yeah, we opened up the linebacker drills talking about his teammate, Carson Schlesinger. Medrano, as Daniel said, an incredible athlete. When he was in high school, he threw the discus and did all the relay events and won the Steinmark Award, which was the best male student athlete in Colorado, a 6-year player at UCLA, and of course a captain. So between Schlesinger and Medrano, good linebacker group out of UCLA this year in the draft.
No doubt.
I just love the fact that he ran like that because there hasn't been a ton of buzz on him. And when I was going through the tape, I'm like, this guy's kind of interesting, man. Like, at least find something for him to do. Find a role for him on special teams or what have you. 222 pounds, he can roll.
4.46. He's 4.48. He can roll. Yes, sir. 2 sub 4.5 40s for Kane Medrano out of UCLA. From Westwood to here in Indianapolis, impressing on the 40-yard dash line. And then they're going to get out there for the on-field drills, and once that's over, we'll turn the page to tomorrow, where The defensive backs will go out first, then the tight end group. So when the defensive backs finish up, then the defense will be done, and the offense will take over. Saturday, a big day with the quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers. Offensive line wraps us up on Sunday. Smell Munden Jr. 4.58. He has improved. Stacy?
Yeah, Rich, I had to do a little digging on the shoes that Demetrius Knight is wearing. Very important stuff. They're flashy, by the way. His wife, here's the story. His wife, Jency, actually, he told me, found them. She's very fashionable, kind of his stylist of sorts. Adidas, they're made by Adidas. They sent them, so shout out Adidas. And they are Scrooge McDuck shoes, just like the Christmas Carol. And, you know, Knight told me it's kind of fitting in a way, uncanny and similar to maybe his story. And hopefully they send him more, is the message.
Hey, Stace, can you ask him if Scrooge McDuck now owns the Dodgers? I was just curious on that one.
Oh, my God.
Let me go follow up.
Don't engage.
OMW, DJ.
Don't engage.
It's ridiculous, Rich. Come on. Even the Yankees are complaining about it.
Yep. Yes, sir. All these players coming in saying, you know, pay me on my pension. Right? It's spoken like a true Padre fan to use NFL Network Combine platform time.
We had him
grind
dead to rights.
Your axe.
Seriously, no Freddie Freeman at home. I just need to win one. They got a bullpen game, and we go 24 innings without a run. How does that happen?
This guy.
Okay, here's Chris Paul Jr. goes by Pooh. Machado was healthy.
This guy. .465. Final 40 of the first day. Danny Stutzman with, that's right next door, isn't it?
Hey, Coach.
It's him. Right next door.
Sleep in his own bed tonight.
Yeah, I know that. No doubt. The home team at the combine again. Danny Stutzman.
We need to talk about him with what he ran.
4.52.
Excellent.
You took off. Off hands back. 3 good counts for us. You got this, man.
They let him stand up some and rush off the edge, plays off the ball. He's a real physical tackler. I wrote down stopping power a bunch when I watched him. Like, he hits guys, it's over. Some of this change of direction stuff I'm curious to see because he was a little bit rigid there, but you can see he can really go.
Mm-hmm. He gets whistled again.
Dan,
I guess Mark doesn't want to see the on-field drills.
And hold it for 3 counts. No, you don't have to be, man. Just have clarity, man. Quiet as the stillest mind creates clarity. You'll get off.
What an off season for the Browns. That's already drama filled with Myles Garrett going to the Super Bowl saying he wants to have a change of address. 2nd overall pick, Deshaun Watson not playing next year due to an Achilles injury. Stutzman's final 40 is a 4.56.
2 good runs.
So we will obviously have a lot of real estate to talk about the Browns over the next 3 days. As the NFL Combine presented by Microsoft Pilot, where a dream that starts small can get big and a name that's unknown can become the future. Next is here, and what's next is defensive backs and tight ends at 3 Eastern tomorrow on NFL Network and streaming on NFL Plus as well. That's in Green Bay in the end of April. As of right now, last day of February is day 2 of the Combine and the last day for defensive players to be put through the on-field paces. And this is the final group of defenders. The defensive back group 5, chock full of safeties.
Oh, he got out right there.
Billy Bowman, 4.47.
Wonderful time. Let me give you a benchmark here. So last year, top 10 safeties in terms of interceptions, forced incompletions, size-wise. 5'11" and 5'8", 196 pounds, 40-wise, 4.54.
Well, he's below that mean. To start us off, Sebastian Castro of Iowa is next.
He had a great Senior Bowl. A lot of these guys you're going to see have safety nickel flexibility, so they can play both spots. He spent a lot of time there in the nickel.
4.61.
Yeah, that's a little bit was the question mark, is just that top end speed, a little quicker than fast, and relies more on his instincts than his raw speed.
There's Kevin Stefanski, second overall pick for the two-time Coach of the Year of the Cleveland Browns. Not much chatter about Myles Garrett around this place.
Well, I think Matthew Stafford and Starbucks took up a lot of the oxygen.
Stafford and Starbucks. How about that? That sounds like a vaudeville act. Elijah Clark of Syracuse.
All right, what we got here?
4.61.
Yeah, it is. He's much more comfortable in the deep half, reading and reacting, than he will be in man coverage.
Next up is Keaton Crawford of Nevada. Say hello to that young lady, and then you, Charles Davis.
Hey, can't top that smile, can we? But listen, just did Sebastian Castro, DJ. You were talking about him, and he brought up something this week unintentionally that really registered with me. These youngsters grow up wanting to be here. They know about this event. This is a benchmark for them. Sebastian Castro told me, I didn't dream of going to the combine. I dreamed of going to the league. He just wants to get through this and get on with his work.
4.43. Nice time.
We can do both, Charles. We can enjoy both.
Yeah. Okay,
here we go.
Nick Emanwari of South Carolina, a 43-inch vertical.
That's just stupid.
What was his broad?
11.6, if you're into that.
Equally as stupid as well. And those usually translate to fast 40s, and DB 40 is out there. 6'3 and an eighth. 220 coming at you.
Think about the creative ways you could deploy someone like him. You play a big-time tight end 1 week, he's yours. And with what we're getting ready to see right now, I don't know that you need to limit him to tight ends in terms of what he can do in coverage.
Number 25, right in the middle of your top 50, Daniel Jeremiah. Unfolds the 6'3 and an eighth frame. And is off.
That was clean. That's
moving. 4.4 flat for 4.0.
Goodness. And the forward lean all the way through. Oh, there's...
You have quite the comp for him as well, Daniel Jeremiah. You call his games on the radio, and it's Derwin James. What a comp.
Not many guys that have that blend of skills that Derwin James. And you saw last year when they made him that big nickel, you saw him take off, have a huge year because you can blitz him. You do so many things with him close to the line of scrimmage.
When Mitchell's former teammate is running like a 100-yard dash practically. 4.59 for Maxon Hook.
Good time for him. But going back to Emanwari, he plays as that big nickel in that same exact role, and you'll see him undercut routes, has a couple pick sixes.
Well, he's bigger and faster than Derwin James.
Crazy.
Are you kidding me?
Nuts.
All right. Let's time it. Lucy Calorie in one box. And so Leon Lane of Navy.
See if she likes her time.
4.57. Let's check it out. Shows it to Dad.
Yep. He's got to take notes. He's got to write it down.
He's writing it down.
Yep.
It's so fun.
That's great. She got a nice watch too. She didn't go cheap. She's invested in this thing.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, that's a nice watch. Nicely
You
done.
can tell from up here?
Oh, yeah, it's not a cheapo. Come on.
R.J. Mickens.
R.J. Mickens here. They play him in the box slot. He can cover in the slot. Physical tackler. 5th year there at Clemson.
And he is the son of Ray Mickens. Played for the Jets, Browns, and Patriots. 4.5 flat.
It's a good time. Again, that 4.54 number is a good target here. So anything going south of that is outstanding.
Here's Andrew Makuba of Texas.
Speaking of Clemson here.
Boy.
Clemson transfer.
I mean, Joe Burrow looked much younger. It's like if Joe Burrow was Benjamin Button, right? He's getting younger.
Joe Burrow's doing his best to keep the band together.
I was about to say,
in Cincinnati.
Yeah. If Cincinnati's trying to sign 3. 4.46.
Really good time. Makuba's a Clemson transfer, had 5 picks. Really good angles, both in coverage and in run support. One thing with him is just some of the missed tackles. That's the only thing you want to see him work on, but a good football player.
Stacy?
Nick Eamon Worry is having a day. Obviously, I watched him on the vertical with the 4.43. He wanted a 40, so he exceeded that. Broad jump, he wanted an 11.2, he told me. He exceeded that, 11.6. Now, 40, he wanted a 4.3, somewhere in the 4.3. So he's sitting at an unofficial 4.4. He's going to go again. But I think what's interesting about him, DJ and Rich, is when you stand with him, he's 6'3", 220. He looks about 6'5". And so people have asked, is he a guy that should move to linebacker? And he said, no, that is not the consensus. People love his size at a safety spot, DJ. And they're almost amazed at how he moves at that size, though. It's really fascinating because he's so large of a human being.
4.5 flat right there. And
well, you know.
By the way, if Stacy's saying somebody looks tall, you know, and that's somebody whose banner's hanging next to Mookie Blaylock's, you know what I mean? In Oklahoma.
Yeah. Stacy's done okay athletically in her career.
No doubt.
I thought she was going to quote Fletch there for a second.
With the afro?
6'9" with the afro.
Good one. Jonas Sanker.
Great time. Jonas Sanker.
Virginia.
By the way, a minute ago, we had Lane run. I don't know if we talked much about Ray and Lane there from Navy, but all these guys go to training facilities to get ready for this thing. Now, when you're at the Naval Academy, you just get to the combine for the time you need to be at the combine. The rest of the time, you got business to tend to at the academy.
Marquez Siegel of Kansas State. Marquise getting out there just 1 pound shy of 2 bills.
That nice pick 6 against West Virginia.
And 5/8 of an inch shy of 6 feet.
Do we have Charles with us?
Hey, Marcus. Remember, your offhand went up and you just took off. Offhand goes up, hold for 3 counts. You got this, man. You're cool.
Charles out there yet.
Hey, CD, I got one for you.
Yes, sir.
There he is.
We see a lot of guys here with nickel flex here. They can play free safety. They can play nickel. And all you're doing these games each and every week, seeing the best and the brightest in the NFL. It's almost become a must that you've got to be able to cross-train at a couple different spots as a safety right now. There's no such thing as a free and a strong. You've got to be able to do different things.
No, we've talked about this over the last few years. A lot of teams began with taking away free and strong and calling their safeties mirrors, right? You go whatever the strength of the formation. If it goes strength changes, you just switch switch assignments. Strong safety, free safety, the same thing. Now you're talking about the nickel guys. How about Tyke Smith from Georgia? Remember him coming here?
Yep.
What was he going to play? Well, he did a heck of a job in Tampa Bay being more of their nickel guy. You mentioned Derwin James, how things took off for him when he went inside to play nickel. And I'm looking at Eamon Worry, and I'm thinking to myself, Kyle Hamilton's like a prototype as well. And Eamon Worry ran 4.4, and Kyle Hamilton ran 4.56.
4.37 for Siegel. That is a sub 4.440 by a safety.
That's fantastic. And there's another one, which we're just talking about. It covers in the slot, plays in the deep half, and almost 200 pounds, 199 pounds. That's awesome. Oh, here's a good one here.
Seeing this guy, Malachi Starks.
He is big-time leader there for that Georgia team.
Well, he's been in some big games over his career.
He is very smart. He's a good communicator, and he's another one who plays some nickel, plays all around, can play high. Had a pick against Clemson, is about as athletic as you'll see. Smooth.
4-5 flat.
That was just a nice, smooth 4-5 flat.
This comp is a very decorated and enriched man in Atlanta.
I love it when the play styles are so similar, and I mean, that is a DNA match when you look at those numbers.
Jesse Bates. Back with more 40s. We'll show you what you missed and give you the latest of the safety group here in Indianapolis. Well, while the network was filling up the bag, Hunter Wohler of Wisconsin ran a 40. Hunter Wohler with a 4.63. Craig Woodson of Cal.
I'm a Craig Woodson fan.
Well, at 4.46 you should be.
And now I'm the president of the fan club.
That was the last of the first 40s. Here's the first of the second. An improved time for Billy Bowman.
Billy Bowman's got a chance to go on day number 2 of the draft.
Sebastian Castro, can he improve on his 4.61? The answer is yes.
Nice. And that seems small, but that looks great. When you get a 5 in there instead of a 6,
Okay.
Let's go.
Elijah Clark. We saw one 4.61 improved upon. And another considerably.
Hey now.
1/10 of a second. Usually
That
you don't
is
see
awesome.
that.
Good for him.
Keaton Crawford.
He's already done his work. That's gravy.
We've seen improved times already through every 40 run for the second time. And an improvement here would be an eyebrow raiser, to say the least. Nick Evenwari of South Carolina, 6'3 1/8", 220, jumping out of the building, vertically, horizontally, and he ran a 4.4 flat unofficially his first time. Stacey Delson chatting with the young man, said he wanted to run sub 4.4. He's got one last chance to do it here at the 2025 NFL Scouting Combine, live on NFL Network.
I'm not going to bet against him, I can tell you that much. Hey, let's get right here.
Okay, he needs to get his mind right again, stepping away.
By the way, his competitiveness, they're in the spring game. They pull him out at halftime, say you're done. And then his team, they get late in the fourth quarter, and his team's going to lose. It's a spring game, a meaningless spring game. The coaches look up. He's reinserted himself into the game to get the stop they needed for his team to win the spring game of all things. But just an example of how competitive he is to go along with how athletic he is.
An old school mentality, not only to reinsert yourself in a game that's so-called meaningless, but just to have a spring game at all.
That's true. Those are
those
part
days
of a past generation, apparently.
It does appear to be the case.
I think some poaching took place.
That's what to say. Why give anyone a free look of what a portal can look like? All right, so let's try a second run at this for the South Carolina safety.
That's a clean run.
4, 3, 8. And a round of applause.
That is awesome.
He ran and then hopped and he skipped and he jumped. He's done it all. A sub 4.40 from a 6'3 1/8", 220-pound individual. All the love from his group mates.
I was just texting with Derwin James. He said He said, bro is a dog. He's a great kid. So he has a relationship with him. So that's pretty cool.
Improved second 40s everywhere. Wow. Yeah, and he just wrote "dang flying" with two fire emojis. Showing me your phone there. Nice flex. Derwin James is texting.
He's one of
Jeremiah.
my favorite players that I've been around in 20 years. Derwin James is awesome.
Just have my wife texting me. She's a star as well. Nicely done. Going on Lane of Navy.
4.57 when you're not really able to leave the academy and go train, it's pretty darn good.
4.57 moving down the line. And there is Derwin James's defensive coordinator looking on.
Jesse Minner. He's going to be a head coach in this league in no time. He did a great job with that Charger defense last year, not just Derwin James and getting him rolling, but really putting all those pieces in the right place.
Ortiz, the general manager, out there in LA, sitting next to him. Mickens runs a 4.540.
It's great times.
Goodness, I'm looking at this card that Jack Andrade, NFL Network research star, let's call him what he is.
He's the best.
Just placed on my desk here. Players at 6'3" or taller to run a 40 sub 4.4 and have a 40-inch vertical and an 11-foot broad jump since 2003, since we started covering this event. There's only two people. Nick Ebenwari and DK Metcalf.
Do you remember what we said about
the human bat suit? Is what you called him. That's it.
That
DK Metcalf and a safety from South Carolina that we just saw run 4.46. Nice.
And
Cuba.
There's some that would like to see him as a teammate of DK Metcalf. I think he'd fit quite nicely in there with the Seahawks.
There it is. That's your comp. They're comping safety with DK Metcalf.
As
my goodness gracious.
I would like to see him on the basketball court 2-on-2. I don't think there'd be a lot of people that want to sign up for that matchup.
You got it.
Although in Indianapolis, is that like an Antonio Davis, Dale Davis
Yep,
combo there?
Yep.
And this is a good football player here. They've got two good safeties at Penn State.
That's good. 4.540.
See if maybe you get the officials. Maybe he can tick just under. But I love the way he plays. He literally plays with his hair on fire. Well, not literally, but it's...
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I should specify. But he is all out all the time. I just love the energy that he plays with. He's a fun player to study.
Jonas Sanker. He ran sub 4.5. Stick with his first run. There's Marquise Siegel.
I mean, his time is noteworthy. That is moving for Siegel. I did not know he had that in him. That was a surprise to me. That was a unbelievable time. I thought when I watched him, like, you know what, he kind of relies on his eyes and instincts maybe a little bit more than his pure speed, and that's going to cause me to go back and watch a little bit more of that K-State tape after that. Good night.
Okay, let's stick with his first run. You could see the best time for a defensive back, Kentucky's Maxwell Hairston, 4.28, which should stand all the way to tomorrow when we see the running backs and wideouts go, and Isaiah Bond, whose teammate Xavier Worthy set the record last year of 4.21. Bond said he can run in the 4.1s today. That's what he said. He's expecting 4.2 flat, which is what he Instagrammed out upon Xavier Worthy's run last year.
He's not learned the art of under-promising and over-delivering, Rich. And maybe he is. If that's the case, that's insane.
He's trying to shake and stir. He runs in the 4.1s, huh? Malachi Starks. 4.5 flat the first time. And the second.
He's going to end up going in the first round. I have him as the second safety. Imanwari, Starks, obviously different body types, but both outstanding players. And when you talk about safeties, don't underestimate the importance of the communication aspect of it, the intelligence aspect of it. And Starks, he can be the nerve center for your defense.
Here's Wohler. What do you think? I'm going to have you call your shot on the last day of February. We'll recheck it on the final Thursday of April. The position group that's going to have the most first rounders.
Oh, it's going to be defensive linemen, and then it's just a matter of whether it's going to be DTs or edge rushers.
4.58, approved time. It's a round of applause, a smattering of applause here in Big Ten country.
I think we're going to see 16, 17 of the top 50 picks be defensive line.
It's that deep.
Yeah.
And again, we just saw what happened in the playoffs. Copycat league, go hunt.
And it's not even like you're trying to invent guys because that. It just happens to be a year where there's a ton of them.
Sure.
I'm a Craig Woodson guy, Rich. I mentioned that. And the 40-time first run-through, excellent.
Cal's Craig Woodson, 4.51.
Stick with that first one. At the training facility where he was, his workout group was 8 a.m. They said he was there at 6:45 in the morning every single day.
Impressive.
All business.
Okay, here's the simulcam. We got it? We're going to do it? You want it?
I would love to see it.
There he is. Derwin James against Imanwari. Who's your comp? Again, we had him clocked unofficially at 4.38. Derwin James ran what? What did he run back in the day?
They're right together here.
Stride for stride. Let's see if Imanwari breaks free. He does.
25-yard mark started to pull away a little bit.
Yep, a 4.47 was James back in 2018, and the simulcam bears that out. He even tweeted out, "Yes, sir." So that's what the rest of the world sees. You just get the text.
But Derwin's so competitive, he's texting, what did he bench?
Is that why you asked Jess?
Yes.
Wow. Get him his info. After spending a Thursday getting scalding burns due to the news, Ian Rappaport's put the bomb on.
Rich,
and we're turned the page on this Friday. Ian, good to see you.
Yeah.
Take it away, sir.
I will take it away, Rich. No puns today, just some breaking news for the Los Angeles Rams. Matthew Stafford, their starting quarterback, who led them to a Super Bowl, but was, I would say, up in the air a little bit this year. His agent had permission to talk to the Raiders, talk to the Giants, talked about potentially a new deal, look at all the options, see the landscape. He is headed back to Los Angeles. My understanding is Stafford and the Rams had a meeting today, presented him with some new contract terms. They have a basic understanding of where the deal will likely come in, should be finalized over the next couple weeks. All that to be determined, but most important here, with all the talk of the quarterback carousel here in Indy, Matthew Stafford will remain a member of the Rams.
And that is a major piece of the puzzle on the quarterback front that is just taken off the chessboard by Les Snead and Sean McVay and the Rams front office, and we'll discuss that obviously all day tomorrow with the quarterbacks out there. Stacey Dale's also part of this broadcast team. You take it away, please.
Yeah, Rich, and a player who's going to be used as a chess piece all over the board, of course, is the unicorn, Travis Hunter, out of Colorado, and you're not going to see him work out here today with the defensive backs, nor are you going to see him work out with the wide receivers tomorrow. But I can assure you, if he had decided to work out, which we all selfishly would have loved, he would have wanted to do such as both a cornerback and a wide receiver. On the screen there is his podium and riser this week. It was the most packed of all the players here at the Combine thus far. And I will tell you guys, I asked him this week, I said, why did you decide to come to the combine as a cornerback? And he said, interestingly to me, I did not choose that. I said, well, what? Who chose that? He said, I don't know who chose that. He wants to be known and listed as a cornerback and wide receiver. And essentially, he hopes the plan is that for whichever team drafts him, they'll decide which side of the ball he goes to, and he is able to earn it on the other side of the ball for the right to play. But pretty cool, guys. He's here today to celebrate all these DBs and his brothers in the combine.
Yeah, he should have with that DB15, he should also have WO23, which is what he would have been if his alphabetically, if 100%. He was here. He should have the first ever dual sort of gear issued by the combine. And just before we get to the 40-yard dashes, who is the one who decides that? Is it the scouting teams that are here? Like, who decides?
It's the combine with feedback from the teams.
Right.
And then teams will then put in requests if he's listed at another position to see him do drills on the other side of the ball.
So I guess there were no requests for that because they figured he's not going to do drills. It doesn't matter, right? Okay, so here we go. Our first 40 of this Friday and of the cornerback class. Again, just like yesterday, the defensive line group was split up between tackles and edges. This is split up between corners and safeties, corners being typically faster. B.J. Adams is the first up. And UCF's B.J. Adams is a 4.5, 4.40 to start us off.
It's interesting. I'm looking at my notes on B.J. Adams and kind of going through it, and he can read, plant and drive. Nice pick six against Iowa State. Got destroyed by Travis Hunter. So it was like just coming off Travis Hunter. You're going to see Travis Hunter has done some damage to both groups here with the wide receivers and the corners.
So there is film of that corner that just started with the corner of DB1 being torched by DB15 as a wideout.
That's what's crazy.
Unbelievable. Zy Alexander of LSU, the second 40.
He's a big corner.
4.56.
So the numbers we're shooting for here, if you just go last year and let's take interceptions and forced incompletions and put those together, those corners, the top 10, the average was a 4.4, 140. Size-wise, just a little over 6 foot, 6 foot and 1/8, 192 pounds. So those are kind of some target numbers and areas we're looking at.
Trey Amos of Ole Miss.
And this is an important number for him.
Why is that?
Because that is the only question, is the pure deep speed. Because he is smooth and fluid, outstanding instincts, can find and play the ball. It's literally just, okay, how fast is he? Because in the LSU game, they got on top of him a little bit. So this is a big one.
The number for Trey Amos. 4.46.
That is phenomenal.
So that checks a major box for him.
And this group here, when you think about the combine and 40s, and I know people say, well, let's just grade them off the field and the tape. The 40 matters for this position more than any other in the entire combine.
And here's a guy who loves big, long corners right there. It's Pete Carroll. And here is number 9 overall on your draft board, Daniel Jeremiah.
I just love the way he plays. I mean, he plays all over the field. I like him best as a nickel, and he can play the ball. He does not miss tackles. He's tough and physical. I just love his overall play demeanor and playmaking.
Dave Barron of Texas. Off he goes.
Yeah,
he's going to stop. Might as well just start again. Let's see what we got.
Take your time.
Mike McDaniel. I mean, did he just pick up that hat somewhere?
I'm cool.
I mean, listen, cool. Mike. We can at least give you the Rob Lowe NFL hat if that's what we're going to do here. Okay. It's stylish. What's in that book?
Oh, that's the scouting book. So you give them for all the coaches and everything. So they have all
looking for his next hat in that book. Oh, baby. Just look to my left. This is going to be fun. Just resetting here. One of the best available in this year's draft out of Texas. Off he goes. Barron's first 40. It's a 4.4 flat.
That's a fantastic time. For example, I talked about Branch. Branch relied more on those instincts and ran 4.58. He just ran 4.4 flat. And for those wondering, can he hold up outside at corner? We know at nickel what he can do. Now you're looking, saying, okay, he's got a shot to hold up outside if we want to play him out there.
Do you go with a new comp now, or no, not so much?
To me, the toughness, the instincts, the playmaking, that was what I saw there. So that's why I'll stick with that.
And what a stud Branch has been for Detroit on the back end. One of the few guys that avoided the dreaded IR for Detroit all year long.
They got beat up.
Here is Kobe Bryant of Kansas. His full name is Jacoby, but yes, he was named after Kobe Bryant. Different spelling, obviously. And he is a 4.55 40. Chris Rose, take it away on the concourse set.
Rich, thank you very much. Joined by Peter Schrager from Good Morning Football and DB 27 back in 1987 at the NFL Scouting Combine.
Well, that feels like a long time ago, only because it was.
Wasn't Rod Woodson near your group?
Yeah, absolutely destroyed mine.
Whatever happened to him?
You know, I think he went on and did a few things.
Yeah, not bad. Peter, what are you looking forward to today?
You didn't ask me about my combine. Okay.
I know about it.
DJ opened this up. We got all these guys running. I think it's going to be the Max Hairston show, and that's going to happen in a couple different players. DJ said he might be the fastest defensive back in the. I think he might be the fastest player at the combine. So while we haven't done the big blowout explanation about it, this might be that moment when Hairston gets up, but Burke just ran a nice 4.48.
Yeah, he's one of 15 Buckeyes here from the national champions.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, let's go with one of the teams. It's not a power 4. Let's go with Caleb Ransaw out of Tulane, who I think is going to run really, really fast. Nice nickel, fluid, strong at the point of attack. And then how about Quincy Riley, who we got to see at the Senior Bowl? Toughness, ball skills. Thought about coming out last year, had an ankle injury, decided to stay in school. I think that's going to pay off for him well.
CD will be timing your steps down to the field when you check out the cornerbacks firsthand down there on the turf. For the meantime,
sundial.
Oh, that's all right. We'll be running a solid clock
Sam
on you.
Through the hourglass.
Rich, back to you.
Another Kansas Jayhawk, Mello Dotson, getting ready to run his 40-yard dash after we just saw the Ohio State's Denzel Burke.
9 picks the last 2 years for Dotson.
4.6 flat. And here we go. We go from Mello to hello. Pat McAfee, ladies and gentlemen.
How you doing, Rich? How you doing, DJ? Boys? No, don't need it. Thank you. Everybody here is fantastic. Thank you for having me. DJ, your Super Bowl. Rich, your what year?
22nd.
You're a legend. I love spending the weekend with you boys, watching people do magnificent things on a football field like we're seeing here today.
Well, it's only fitting. We're finishing the home and home. We were on your show yesterday together.
Great appearance out of you guys.
We had a lot of fun.
That was the first time Ian Rappaport spoke about the Starbucks stare down. Obviously, that is big-time journalism. And
the tail of the tape that you had was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, there is an unlimited wealth on one side of that whole thing. Zah Frazier trying to earn himself a little bit of that. What a run.
4.39.
4.39.
Meet.
You can get a Starbucks franchise out of that.
I think so, especially if you're able to put together a few years, which is a big part of the combine. DJ, I want to know your thoughts on this. Obviously, the 40 is a big deal, especially at the DB position. Are they projecting if they can play long-term with the speed? Are they projecting if they can play right now? What are your thoughts on how important this 40 is?
Well, I think for right now, jumping right in, good question, Pat.
And this kid, too, here.
This is it right here.
Table it, because let's look at this one. Let's watch this one.
Now, you think Maxwell Hairston of Kentucky has got a shot here
he
at the
can go
record.
under 4.3. He's
all right, here we go.
He's legit fast.
Pat McAfee here. Maxwell Hairston there. You where you are watching.
Oh. That's my guy. He's been doing like 20 NFL combines. He's from Pittsburgh. I think his name's Mark.
Mark Gorsick.
Yeah. Dog.
You never really
the high school center for Joe Montana.
Okay, because it was still rising up. Just be still if you're off half 3 times. Okay, man?
Slow it down a little bit.
Appreciate you.
We appreciate the hell out of him. Good Yinzer right there, which obviously the Hall of Fame is littered with Yinzers. And
True.
This was one of the stories coming into the combine, right? Is Maxwell.
Yeah,
this is literally the story. One of them. Isaiah Bond said he was going to go 4.19.
There's about 3 or 4 guys I think going to go under 4.3. This is the first one.
do humans do it, Rich? How do we get faster?
You're asking the wrong guy, pal.
Oh, yeah, I watch. Complete opposite of run, Rich, run.
Exactly right.
Run, Maxwell, run.
Here we go. Trying to reset mentally. Here we go. Maxwell Hairston.
He got out.
It's clean. Time. 4-3 flat.
That'd be so much fun to be able to do. Yeah. Round of applause. Yeah, certainly from the fine folks that have taken the trip to beautiful Lucas Oil Stadium here in glorious Indianapolis, Indiana.
That's the look, though, of a man who knows he can go faster than
Absolutely. That third step there, he actually goes left instead of staying straight. I'm no track expert, but I've watched guys run sprints.
There it is. You saw him get a little disjointed there.
So I think he knows he can go faster because he ran about 40 yards and a half.
Right there. Said it's not enough. Okay, so he gets a second run at it.
Yeah, and he's going to go faster.
That's another dude. Marcus Harris can run too, but that's not the guy you want to follow.
That's you want to be the guy who's the guy after the guy. Marcus Harris, Cal, 4.46.
Great time. Yeah, just he was legit upset. Maxwell Harrison's legit not happy with the 4.3 flat.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you watch it back, you guys have done this a lot more than me. There's a little bit of a slide there. So he can go faster, even though you already got the pop at 4.3. So you got one good out in the fairway. Now your teammate can go ahead and bombs away. I think we're going to see him fly.
One out in the fairway. That's a good analogy. Bilal Kone of Western Michigan.
Michigan's a great state. The western side of it.
He's got some size, too. It's a good big corner. Usually MAC guys, too, you know what you're getting from a toughness standpoint.
Oh, yeah. NIL small. Dogs.
4.43.
Yeah, that's great. At that size.
They're burning.
He does a nice job staying attached down the field. Does a little side shuffle, butt to the sideline technique, and then he can really see it close.
I forget who told me this week during our program, which was up in the concourse. Shout out to the NFL for allowing us to be here. That was very, very kind of you guys. That they think because there's so many like track coaches at an earlier age, guys are much comfortable coming out of a stance like this for the 40-yard dash. That was you?
Yeah, that was me. But that you'll see it. I mean, you're seeing it each and every year. These guys are more and more comfortable doing this with the background that they have.
Great name, Robert Longerbeam. Rutgers.
He's striding it out.
It's the Moses Malone.
The first Moses Malone of the week.
4-4. Yeah. All right, Pat is here. Don't go anywhere. We're hanging out. We're running 40s. It's a Friday in Indy with some fast 40s already been putting down. We'll see what we missed when we come back. While we were gone, Florida Gators' own Jason Marshall Jr., DB20, for those scoring at home, 4.54. And then Mac McWilliams of UCF football. Already saw B.J. Adams, his teammate, run fast. And Mac ran what? What do we got here, Jack?
We saw that exact shot right there. No time on it.
4.41.
Yeah. That looked, we were both sitting up here, all three of us said that looked fast.
Eyeballed it, yeah.
Pat McAfee
this
here.
Dude can run too. Parrish is going to run fast here, guys.
Jacob Parrish, former teammate of Pat McAfee's favorite quarterback, who's here.
Absolutely.
And Will Howard.
Whoa. A lot of great quarterbacks.
That was almost a whistle. Did you hear that?
Yeah, it was a good falling start.
Jacob
4.36. That was a great start.
That
was a great start.
That was like one of those, like the 3-pointers. Don't shoot it. Well, he makes it. It's a good shot.
That's a good shooter.
That's a good shot.
But I think Mark was like,
I think he was wondering.
Yeah, he thought about it.
Half whistled it.
Yeah. But that dude, he plays fast, and that's a legit time for him.
Can I talk about how this is an honor to be with you guys up here?
Bro.
I'm serious. I forced my wife to watch you guys. And I assume there's a lot of people at home
I think that's a compliment.
Yeah,
it is.
Yes. What does she think? No.
She, like golf, it happens, and she's like, okay, I can get into it, And hockey, same thing. And
what about this though?
This guy's rolling here.
Darian Porter at 4.3.
Whenever somebody runs a 4.3, there's a moment. Yeah, there's a moment. I'm like, babe, look, humans are doing great things.
Wow.
4.3 out of Iowa State. That's great.
Stacey Dale's part of our broadcast team. Take it away, Stacey.
Yeah, Rich, I spoke with Maxwell Hairston, also known, by the way, as Mad Max. That is his nickname, after he ran the first 4.30 unofficial. And I asked him, was it good enough? I knew the answer, actually. He said, no, it ain't enough. He's going to go again. Keep this in mind. He trains at the same Exos facility as Xavier Worthy out in Phoenix.
Okay.
And so when we asked him this week, what do you think about when you think about the combine? He said Xavier Worthy with his 4.21 record-setting run that we covered last year. And he told us yesterday he was going to put on a show today. So he's got one more. We'll see what he does on the next.
Thank you very much, Stacey. So while we were listening to Stacey give us that super information, we saw another fast 40 being run right there by Caleb Ransaw of Tulane.
Caleb Ransaw is a little nickel.
Quincy Riley, 4.49.
That's good for him. He's going to be like a third, fourth round player. I think he can get in and make an impact right away, right when he gets into the NFL. Had a really nice Senior Bowl.
When you see somebody, like say Darian Porter run a 4.3 flat, does that you make a note, obviously, and then what happens to your evaluation? What do you do?
The first line in my notes here: height, weight, speed. So he indeed is big, fast, and strong.
Very fast.
Jalen Smith of USC.
He can do a lot of different things. He can play nickel. He can play outside at corner. He can play safety.
Oh, Mark saved him there.
It's the whistle.
He was a little nicked up in the spring, and their coaches were actually thought it was a good thing because they could kind of see where the hole was, see what we have, and then go, okay, we need help here. Jalen, boom, that's where you're playing.
There's Brian Gutekunst of Green Bay.
I'll tell you what, I said some bad things about that guy a few years back.
Well, I mean, you were not alone.
And
Pat.
What he has done with that program and franchise, nothing short of impressive. So I've apologized to him many a time on my program for the things that I said.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to do it here on the NFL's network. I am nothing short of impressed of Gutekunst's stick-to-itiveness to his plan, no matter how much is getting lobbed his way. And the situation they are in now is great because of it. I got massive respect for it.
Favre to Rodgers to Love.
Oh.
You just don't see it like that.
Well, especially after the team makes the NFC Championship. So you're like one game away.
Jalen Smith, 4.45.
So you're like one game away, maybe invest. Let's get to the Super Bowl. Let's do that. To have the vision and also the relationship with Jordan Love to be like, we got to do this now. And trade into the first round to make the decision. And obviously, Aaron Rodgers was on our draft show, our spectacular, earlier that night. So for that whole thing to take place the way it did, and the amount of things we said and Mad Mel said, I mean, there's a lot of people.
Mad Mel was particularly mad about it.
Oh, buddy. Ty Schmidt was as well, I think.
I've never met Ty. I mean, I've met Mad Mel. Met some yesterday. Upton Stout of Western Kentucky.
He's rolling.
4.5 flat.
That looked a lot faster than 4.5 flat.
It's a red car syndrome.
Oh, it's flashy.
Yeah. Great hair.
Nice shoes.
Good. Jocked. Absolutely jocked.
Dorian Strong.
He reminded me, going back to Upland Stout, I'm looking at my notes here, Ladarius Webb. Remember him?
Great player.
Some similarities there. Dorian Strong.
Virginia Tech Hokies. They returned a lot of starters this year. I thought they were going to win the ACC. Started out bad, then got hot late. And veteran leadership down there in Blacksburg.
They're well represented at the Combine. See our running back tomorrow.
4.5 flat.
It's crazy watching these schools come up because I've been incredibly lucky the last 3 years to be a part of College Game Day. And we go to all these big games and follow the college football season the way we do. So now watching the Combine, it's nice to see, like the boys.
Hey, man, I saw what you did with the prospects here for special teams. That was pretty sweet.
That was cool.
What was that like for you?
I was lucky to be a part of that. It was nice to see the boys bomb some balls. I haven't been on a field with that many punters and kickers in a long time. That's like a kicking camp, what a kicking camp looks like.
Right.
So it's nice to talk to the future a little bit. Really strong legs. Just like guys are getting faster, guys are getting stronger somehow with kicking balls. A lot of Australians, a couple Irish,
Justin
Italian.
Wally.
Wow.
Minnesota ran 4.4 flat. Did you run into some guys who told GMs that they're holders, but they're not really holders? Did you run into and give those guys any tips on that sort of thing?
Anything you get drafted, obviously. Anything you get in the NFL, anything you get your foot in the door.
This story?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, small fib, I would say. But
it's the guy that needed you to hold footballs for him. He didn't amount to anything, right?
Yeah, Adam Vinatieri, greatest of all time. Yeah, that's a story that's been told a couple times. So if you've heard it before, I apologize for restating it.
Please. It's great.
I was kicker and punter at West Virginia. So the big question, if you were going to draft me as a punter, which the Indianapolis Colts inevitably would, was have I ever held before? Because I had the importance of that particular position. So he's just waxed
4, 5, 6.
Especially with Adam Vinatieri. So I told Bill Polian right to his face. Every week I worked on it because I knew this was a possibility. And I'd never done it one time. Not once, Daniel.
Fantastic.
Not one
and by
time.
the way, some people cannot do it.
Well, that's the big issue with the international players, actually. If we want to get into real evaluation, the international punters all have incredible legs. And if they're standing there punting it, they can turn it over, and a lot of guys figure it out. But their hands aren't as good. So they got to work on the cow again, represent.
Yeah, they got 3 guys from the secondary. They got safety coming up in the next
Noah
group.
Williams, a 4-5 flat. We're going to commercial. Thanks, buddy.
It was an honor.
Thanks, Pat.
For being on.
Can't wait to spend a weekend with you boys.
Thanks.
You guys are great.
Thanks for convincing your wife to hang out and watch a little bit, too.
All the McAfees are watching. The pressure's on here at the Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. All right, here's what you missed in the commercial break. We went back to the top. This is the second run of the 40. B.J. Adams will stick with his first.
Yeah, stick with that first one. That's a huge split there. See that one very often.
Zy Alexander of LSU runs a 4.57. By the way, it was 3.8.
It would be quite a story.
I think we'd have broken into commercial. Trey Amos.
He already won for what he needed to accomplish with the 4.46, and he even faster.
So
we've seen faster times, but that's the big winner so far based off what he did.
And here's Barron.
He looked like he kept straight on that one.
I mean,
Great
runs a
times.
4.4 flat 40 for a guy who is already at the top of the draft board for so many people. So we're checking boxes here. Bryant, 4.53. Okay.
Getting a little bit better, and he's got tremendous ball skills.
Let's head things to the concourse. Gents, take it away.
Rich, thank you. Charles Davis, you cover games weekly on CBS, and as a former cornerback, you've certainly seen things shift quite a bit in the secondary in recent years, right?
Yeah, I think we've seen this shift happening for a long time, and all of us who cover it and see it. We're talking about how many defensive backs are on the field at a given time. And for the longest time, we've talked about base defenses, right, Peter? Yep. Most people aren't playing base. They're going into nickel and dime and how often they're doing it. The Buffalo Bills epitomize it. They play the 4-2-5, like a college defensive alignment, 5 defensive backs, and then they'll add the 6th and the 7th when they need it. So when you're out there looking, it's not the first 2 corners you just need. That 3rd, the 4th corner, you got to have them.
By the way, Denzel Burke, very consistent, 4.48.
I'm having deja vu to last year. Xavier Worthy ran a really fast 40. Everyone freaked out, but it wasn't as fast as he wanted to go. Said, let me get another shot at this. Went and did it. I'm looking at Maxwell Hairston with that 4.3. Stacy said it. Is he going to run again? You better believe it. I think he could break 4.3. I think he maybe breaks 4.25. So I'm excited to see after Mello Dotson, we're going to get one more, and then we're going to get Hairston. Both Za Frazier and Hairston have been blazing. I'm curious to see if Hairston can break not only his own record, but I want to see if he can break Xavier Worthy's from last year.
I like the headline you just gave it. I'm glad you brought in Za Frazier.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't want to look over him.
From UTSA, remember Tariq Woolen, who had been a wide receiver, moved over to corner.
4.26,
long,
right?
willowy. He ran 4.26. Let's see what Frazier did. Frazier also had 6 interceptions last year. So these defensive backs, a lot of them flipping over from the wide receiver spot to turn into defensive corners. Frazier has been a corner his entire career, but he's built just like Woolen.
These could be the 2 fastest cats in the entire draft, this guy and the guy after him.
Yeah, you remember Woolen's ball skills his first year?
Oh, yeah, he was taking everything away that year.
Frazier, 6 interceptions last year for UTSA.
All right, Rich.
Thank you very much. Za Frazier ran a 4.39. And he runs even more sub 4.40.
Yeah, and someone who is 24 years old. Charles mentioned the 6 interceptions, but he can really cover ground. I mean, the change of direction drills will be fun.
That's a road runner for sure. So, Maxwell Hairston, who ran a sub 4.40 in a 4.3 size, 4.3 flat. His first time out. And he was left shaking his head over that result. Not pleased with it. Trying to run the first sub 4.340 here at the 2025 Scouting Combine. There he goes. And he does it.
That's got to be a great feeling, not only to run fast, but when you can hear the audible oohs and ahs from the crowd as that sub 4.3 time flashes up on the screen. I love it.
4.29. It's amazing what 1/100th of a second difference will do.
Looks different, man.
The 4.3 flat, he's shaking his head. The 4.29 gets the crowd going, and then all of his group 4 friends.
There was a corner a couple years ago that was 5'11 and 7/8, 199 pounds, and he ran 4.49, and it was like those little borders that you're on.
That was fun. They're all dapping him up. 4.44 for Kone. So moments ago, our first sub 4.340 of the 2025 Scouting Combine. And it was Maxwell Hairston. Mad Max was happy Max with that result.
It's a longer beam. He's an instinctive player. And surprisingly physical for his size. Great time.
He improves that.
175 pounds, but he's got some big hits.
4.4 flat. Eric DaCosta and Ozzie Newsome and the rest of the Ravens brass. No doubt sharing some times there. Again, Ozzie Newsome's final first-round draft choice is a man in charge of the Ravens draft before handing the reins off to Eric DaCosta was trading back into the first round for Lamar Jackson.
2-time MVP.
That is correct, sir. He was close to being a back-to-back MVP this year. He was the one who was first-team All-Pro at the position. Jason Marshall gets the whistle. Do it again.
He's got different shoes on, huh? Have you ever done that, Rich, for your 40?
I should try. Anything to switch it up. You know? The answer is no, I have not done
Okay. I think you would look faster, though. I think that just the...
I think we're past that point.
The difference in the shoes.
I think style points were past that point at this point in time.
Yeah.
But you've been on this. You noticed you were the first one to notice Scrooge McDuck on somebody's shoes last night. I forget whose shoes had Scrooge McDuck last night. And the second run for Jason Marshall.
There you go.
A nice improvement.
He got a better start that time.
There you go. Good for him. Our first simulcam of the day, presented by Rocket. Quinyon Mitchell, Jade Barron, Trent McDuffie, and Brian Branch. Let's see who wins it. It is Barron trying to track down Mitchell but holy Toledo, it is the man who won the Super Bowl this year. It's winning time for Quinyon Mitchell.
No question. What a year for him.
Back with more 40s, fast ones at that. All right, while we were gone, Mac McWilliams tried to better his 4.41. And he'll stick with the first.
That first one's a winning time. Holy cow. Stick with that. Be happy.
Jacob Parrish blew away a 4.440 his first time. And it's highly impressive what you're seeing out of that Kansas State defensive back. 4.38. Damian Porter almost ran a sub 4.3. And he'll stick with the 4.3 flat.
Look at how strong his stride is. He looks like a track star.
Caleb Ransall, flirted with a sub 4.340. And he did it again.
Almost looked like he eased up into a 4.35.
Let's see, Riley. 4.5 flat. Let's stick with the 4.49.
Match the expectation for a really good player.
We're back live with Jalen Smith. The Trojan ran a 4.45 his first time.
He's a good player. His only thing is just gets a little bit grabby down the field a little bit, and that's not something you're going to see at the combine. He stumbled there.
4.45. I've seen some grabby around our craft services, to be honest. It's a long weekend, 6-hour shows. Stacey Dales, take it away.
6-hour shows are worth it when you have Mad Max performances, Rich. I just spoke to Maxwell Hairston. He is so pumped. This is what the combine's all about. He wanted a 4.28. That was his target training for this thing. He ended up with the unofficial 4.29. He said the start was much more aggressive than his first run. He was aggressive with his arms through the drive phase, which, he took me through each phase, and then he said at the end, I just cut it loose like somebody was chasing me down. The smile on this guy's face. I'm telling you what, the feedback on this player this week, and you spend just 10 seconds with him, and you're right in his camp. Great job by the young man.
There he is, DB10. Again, at 4.3 flat, had him shaking his head. 4.29 had him celebrating with his group mates. And,
little things mean a lot there.
Hey, he could wind up with a 4.28. If you remember last year, we thought Xavier Worthy had tied John Ross because our unofficial time had the 4.22, and then the official time had him 4.21.
Turns out he got him. Yeah, that's
Upton
better.
Stout with
That's
an
more like
improvement.
it. Yeah, I thought he would run faster than that 4.5 flat. That's a good time for him. Mentioned Ladarius Webb going in the Wayback Machine to 2009. Ladarius Webb ran 4.46, so pretty darn close there. Their jumps were an inch apart on the vertical, 36.5 to 37.5. 2 pounds difference. That's what is so cool about the combine. You start stacking up year after year after year. You can go back a ways and find some similarities.
Dorian Strong. .451. Will Travis Hunter run at his pro day? Is that the expectation, or it's just like that still doesn't even matter? What does it matter? Right?
I don't anticipate we'll see him do much. We've seen that with some of the guys who were lock top 5 picks. Marvin Harrison being one last year, and
Marvin didn't do anything.
No,
he didn't even. If I'm not mistaken,
I don't
allow for his name to be put on a jersey, right? I mean, like that.
That was new. That was different.
A lot of new stuff from him.
I don't believe, and we'll get to the receivers, but Ted McMillan from Arizona, I don't believe is planning on running at all through the process.
Final 340s of the cornerback group. Justin Wally will stick with the first, and then we'll see the safeties get out. Group 5, Group 6 will be the first offensive group, and it will be O for the rest of the way. Receivers, running backs, and quarterbacks Saturday for the big day here with the Cowboys brass looking on. And then Sunday's the offensive line group, and obviously Stephen Jones and Will McClay will be looking at that offensive line group with the retirements over the last couple of years.
Yeah, they've got some things on the to-do list there. I do find it interesting that these suites probably have 20 seats in them a piece, and guys sit in the exact same chairs every single day.
Baxter just had to kind of whistled himself. And try again.
I'm
the
cool
same
with
seat
it, man.
policy. It's not a same seat policy in every booth.
I'm happy.
No, I just think in the scouting community and in the personnel community, it's creatures of habit, and they stay in the same hotels, eat the same breakfast, the same lunch, and sit in the same spots.
Not much variety, is what you're saying?
They've got big per diem savers in that profession. I was one of them.
Meaning what? You get the per diem and then you save.
Yeah, you get that little sandwich for $10 and pocket that per diem. Yeah.
Tricks of the trade from Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, look, hey, you live on per diem and Marriott points. That's how you survive.
Noel Williams of Cal will be the last corner to run here.
The first game I watched with him was Auburn. He had 3 picks in that game. Then the next one I pop on is against Miami. He has a pick 6 against Cam Ward. I was like, geez, this guy's surely he can't do this in every single game, but those were good places to start.
And he finishes with a 4.5 440, which is also the final 40 of this group as well. So we're going to see them get out after running very fast 40s and checking major boxes. Barron and Hairston will be leading Group 4 out there on the field. His first run of a 4.340 had him shaking his head, and then 1/100th second better. There's the smiles.
Let's see if these guys haul it. By the way, Caleb Johnson from Iowa, that's a balanced breakfast, folks.
Can't wait, Rich.
Thank you very much. Okay, I guess it is only fitting that the first fast 40 would be run by somebody named Bentley. But Ole Miss's Ulysses Bentley IV. It's a 4.6240 to start us off on this Combine Saturday.
I'd like to give you the numbers here that we're aiming for. If you go running backs in the NFL last year, Rich, top 10 in scrimmage yards. Average size was 5'10 and 7/8, 216 pounds with a 40 of 4.49. So it's that's a bold number that you're chasing.
Nice. Fans of Indiana football, a resurgent year there. It's time for Jaden Blue, one of the many talented Texas Longhorns.
Don't blink.
That we will see today.
He is flying.
That's our boy Blue, 4.4 flat.
He plays to that speed, big time speed. Use him in the pass game as a mismatch, especially on those angle routes. He's a tough cover.
There's our neighbor across the way, Shane Steichen. He's coming by here. He's slated to join us. Same thing with Jaden Blue's head coach in Texas, Steve Sarkisian, stopping by here. The always funny Joey Molinaro is going to be here. David Spade is first up. Never know who's going to stop by at a combine here on NFL Network. Taj Brooks of Texas Tech.
Ultra productive. Let's see how he runs here.
4.53. Peter Schrager.
Ultra productive is right. We know his stats at the college game at Texas Tech. How about this? Captain the last 2 years, first team academic All-American. And I asked the running backs coach, who's the best blocking back in this draft? Said Taj Brooks, Texas Tech, not even a question. Those are the things that might not show up on film necessarily in a highlight reel on YouTube, but it's the stuff you get from conversations here at the Combine.
Here's Donovan Edwards of the University of Michigan. Let me see if I can hear any of the Ohio State fans now. They're used to having him run past. As he's about to run a 40 here.
A little bit of a stumble on the start here.
4.45 nonetheless.
Yeah, he can go even faster than that.
Donovan Edwards getting a nice round of applause here in Indianapolis. He won a handful of Big Ten championships in this building.
Also the only one running today that's been on the cover of a video game, I believe.
Trevor Etienne,
I think
of Georgia.
He is another one. He's going to fly.
Of course, he is the brother of Travis.
He could go under 4.4.
First round pick out of Clemson in 2021. Applies his craft in Jacksonville.
He stumbled too.
Stumble there. But he keeps running. 4.43.
Yeah, he's got a 4.3 in him.
So obviously his comp, we're going to check him out with his brother. And he's much taller.
Well, I don't think Travis is 5'1". I know he's taller than that. I feel confident in that.
All right, we'll fix that for the future, but nonetheless, here's.
But that would be low to the ground. That would be a tough guy to tackle. Giddens he's got four speed. He runs a little bit upright, but he is fluid and fast. He's got really good vision. He's a real quiet kid, very coachable, well liked. Smooth. That's his running style too. Real smooth.
4.43. We're seeing some fast 40s here from the running back group to start us off. There's Pete Carroll. Could they be in the market for one of these running backs? Josh Jacobs leaves the team. You let him walk. He goes to Green Bay and proves, along with Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, that yes, running backs can be big-time, well-paid free agents too. That'll be part of our conversation here today, no doubt, as we watch Ollie Gordon.
He's 226 pounds. That's a big back.
At 4'6" coming at you.
He reminded me of a Garrett Blunt. Charles, Ollie Gordon, one of the more unique, or I should say a very unique Senior Bowl game performance from him.
No doubt about it. And he really grasped it that day, didn't he, DJ? He wanted to prove something because you remember won the Doak Walker Award the year before, and then the next year the production wasn't quite the same. Offensive line changed drastically for him. Talked to him the other day. Never once brought up that the offensive line was different. Just said he needed to make improvements. I liked his attitude.
Number 19 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50 prospects board, Omarion Hampton of North Carolina. And he runs a 4.47.
Yeah, that's impressive. At 221 pounds, he is big and explosive. I was watching their game against Minnesota, and they've got a linebacker about 240-plus pounds who's working outside in. He has about a 30-yard runway to hit him. As you see, he's going with the eyes closed there. He hit him with everything he had, Rich, and he barely knocked him off stride. I mean, he has got unbelievable core strength.
Back-to-back 15 touchdown rushing seasons for Hampton out of North Carolina. Brings us to R.J. Harvey of Central Florida. He had 22 rushing touchdowns last year.
Bunch of big plays. He's rolling.
4.41.
Yeah, he gave me a little bit of a mix of Tariq Cohen and Devontae Freeman in terms of the running low to the ground, with some of that vision and burst and breakaway.
There's the Buckeye faithful.
Here we go.
Travion Henderson.
All right, I'm excited for this one.
A terrific running back. One of two we're going to see from the Buckeyes, national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, here today.
Put an Oregon defender behind him and the time will be faster.
Nice. $1,000-yard season, 10 rushing touchdowns. And off he goes.
That was a clean start.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a home run hitter. You know, you think about Jahmyr Gibbs and how he's used with the Lions. You're going to see similar usage with Travion Henderson, not just as a runner, but using that speed in the passing game.
4.43 for a team captain of the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, and a man who traffics in getting speed rushers looking around there. And certainly, since they already told one of their fast Big Teners from Purdue back in the day that they were done.
This is a good group.
Hunter.
This group is delivering right now.
4.41. Raheem Mostert no longer with the Dolphins, so they might be in the running back market. It seems like everyone could be. I mean, this is RB14, and they haven't all run yet either, and they're all killing it.
It's an impressive group.
Jordan James out of Oregon. He had 15 rushing touchdowns and almost 1,300 yards rushing.
Long speed was a little bit of the question with him, so this will be an interesting time.
Five. Ashton Genty would be here now. He had 29 rushing touchdowns this year. 29. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
Rich, so much of the conversation here in Indianapolis centers around the #1 overall pick currently held by the Tennessee Titans, and some of the big-name quarterbacks we are going to see on this field behind me later today really will factor into that. Cam Ward not going to throw, Shedeur Sanders not going to throw. Every other quarterback, it seems, going to try to show off for the scouts and try to get in that conversation for QB2. Is it Quinn Ewers? Is it Jackson Dart? There's plenty there. My understanding of the Titans situation, though, they need a little more time before making a decision on whether or not they want to move out of the #1 overall pick. Most of the evaluators I talked to, most believe Cam Ward would be the first quarterback taken, but certainly we're just beginning the process. It is all out there, and there is for sure real interest from several teams moving up to #1.
Thank you, Ian, and we'll keep that. We'll put a pin in that for the moment, since the quarterbacks will get out after the running backs finish. We just watched Caleb Johnson and his 21 rushing touchdowns this year for Iowa run a 4.5 40. Montrell Johnson Jr. of Florida.
Yeah, ETN transferred out of Florida to go to Georgia. Montrell Johnson taking over there and
4.42,
laying down a nice time.
They're all still trying to beat the unofficial 4.40 of Blue of Texas. Now here's Quinshon Judkins.
What an embarrassment of riches on that Ohio State team. As we're seeing these guys go up.
45 rushing touchdowns in 3 seasons.
Looking at
3,000-yard seasons for Judkins for Ohio State.
One of my notes on him says Judkins is thirsty for contact.
He seeks it out. I mean, it's like he's a missile.
It's an unquenching thirst.
An unquenchon.
Ah, there you go.
Thirst. Off he goes.
Moving pretty good.
4.48.
Yeah, at that again, this is 221-pound back.
All right, so we're going to take a break here. When we come back, we'll show you the 40s that you missed and then return live. A terrifically talented running back group is off and running, just like our broadcast on a Saturday. So, while we were gone, Corey Kiner of Cincinnati, he got whistled, and so then he came out, ran it again, and whistled down a 4.58.
It's a respectable time. 40 marks.
Phil Moffa was skipped over. Here's Woody Marks.
Woody Marks can catch the heck out of the ball. I'm looking forward to him in the field workout. You'll see that on display.
Okay. And Damian Martinez of the U.
Big back. He's down to 217, so he lost some. He lost 9 pounds since the Senior Bowl for Damian Martinez.
Kyle Munningai.
I feel like Rutgers always has a running back, too.
Well, I mean, Chiefs fans will tell you about it, right? 4.62.
He runs with a purpose. He runs very hard.
Okay. Devin Neal of Kansas is up next.
There's Brian Daboll, coach of the Giants. They're in a very interesting spot there with the 3rd pick. Quarterback need. Devin Neal, 3 1,000-yard seasons in a row.
Remember, offhand goes up, 3 good counts.
There's Brian
Freeze your
Gutekunst.
offhand for 3. You got it, man.
A nice job with the Green
Get
Bay
off.
Packers. Just building out depth. They have so much depth on their team. I think now it's trying to use free agency in the draft, go get a blue chipper or two to add some difference makers to their really good young core. Devin Neal's kind of a short stepper when he runs, but he can make you miss. Excellent quickness. Thought maybe a little quicker than fast, so we'll see how fast he is.
And his favorite player growing up was Adrian Peterson. That's not a bad one, right? 4.6 flat for Neal. Next up, the latest South Carolina Gamecock to be here at the Combine. They've all been testing very well out here on the field. Raheem Sanders, whose nickname is
Rocket.
So there you go.
Apropos.
It is another 4.440. We're just racking up the 4.440s here.
This has been an awesome group. This has lived up to the build-up. I think one of the reasons is because they're all running. They didn't have this type of participation in all the other positions, but man, these running backs are not afraid. They are letting it rip.
Here's Brashard Smith. This is where Cam Scattaboo would have been, but he's not running today. We're hoping to see him out there for all the on-field drills.
He can roll too.
4.42.
He's a former wide receiver. Big time burst.
He had 18 total touchdowns this year. What's up, bud? Oh, yes.
A little
Future Buckeye there for sure. They're getting younger with each shot. Okay, there we go. All right, back in Indianapolis, a couple of 40s we missed. Two guys from our buddy Bruce Feldman's famous college football freaks list. Bashal Tootin with the first sub 4.40 from Virginia Tech. He was number 40 on Bruce's list. Now number 88 on the list, Marcus Yarns. He spins a 4.45 out of Delaware. In the building Joe Flacco plied his craft in last year, right? Bentley's second 40 is one that he will not stick with. These are all unofficial. Jaden Blue, who up until Tootin's sub 4.40 led everybody.
He's got a faster in
and he's got a 4.39, much better than 4.4 flat.
100%.
But it is not better than Tootin's.
As someone who got a lot of 79s on his report card as a kid, I can appreciate the bump up.
Well, which one was that? The last one? Okay, Blue's run, that was the unofficial time here from the Combine. The hand time of Mark Ross, our hand timer, had Blue at 4.35. So we'll see. We could have just seen the fastest 40 of a running back. But for the moment, that's why we call these unofficial. We'll get the official times.
That 4.53 is great here for Brooks. The expectation was he would run in the low 4.6s, so he's already having a winning day.
4.55. Charles.
Hey guys, Brashard Smith from SMU ran, and he's going to run his second one, as we well know. He's similar to Tyrone Tracy last year, who had such a nice rookie season with the New York Giants, meaning wide receiver in college, switched to running back late in his college career, and then went to the NFL at that position. Nice transition for Tracy. I want to see Brashard Smith do the same thing. He talked to his running backs coach this week, and he said he's really improved his patience to the hole before exploding through it.
Thank you, Charles. Here's Donovan Edwards' second run.
He can go lower than that 4.45. He had a little stumble on that first one.
Well, no stumble there. See if it leads to improved time, but it's the same. You know, and Tyrone Tracy's season for the Giants, excellent, but kind of lost because of who he was replacing and what that guy did down the turnpike. But there's Donovan Edwards with a 4.45 there. And so, again, it's all part of the conversation that we have so much, as Sean Payton might be in the market for one of these guys after Bo Nix's rookie season, stellar rookie season. Here's Trevor Etienne, and the conversation again is, do you want somebody from this class as a 4.4340?
This is 1.44 after another today.
Now the free agent running back group isn't as, I would imagine, decorated as last year.
Yeah.
Right.
Last year was,
but
it will go down as the best free agent.
But I mean, one of the things that Brandon Beane is going to have to figure out in Buffalo is James Cook, who has made it known he wants $15 million a year, and he just had a terrific season from scrimmage and touchdowns galore. But again, this is the constant conversation that you have, and that for some reason general managers in this league choose to have the running back group as the red line in terms of paying somebody top of the market, because maybe you're seeing as many talented kids as we're seeing here today. You can get almost the same production, if not potentially better, from them. And that's part of the conversation here.
Vast majority of running backs are going to be part of a group, part of a committee. I think that what we saw last year was there was an overcorrection on those premier guys that don't need any other guys to help them out. And we saw that with Derrick Henry, and especially with Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs. Those guys can carry the entire load. And those guys, I think we'll see the market now correct. And when those types of players are around, they'll get their money.
But why, again, you're saying, running backs are mostly by committee. Wouldn't you say the same thing for wide receivers as well? I mean, and I understand, it is apples and oranges in terms of wide receivers and running backs, but they are both ball dependent, needing to have it put in their hands. And it's much easier to hand it to somebody than rather throw it to them. And then when you have somebody who can have it handed to them and also come out and catch it, and you have those people who have already proven how terrific they are, the fact that it's just like, well, we're not going to pay you 15, 16, the most we're going to do is 8, 9, 10, and you're scrimping at a position where I don't understand why you're scrimping.
I'll give you two reasons.
Please.
Why. Because of the aforementioned touches that they get, they're more likely to get injured than a wide receiver is. And number two, the longevity is nowhere near what the receiver is. So you're taking on more risk putting all of those eggs in one running back basket.
Here's Hampton. 4.46. And again, he can come in and start from scratch, and you could see what the Jets did with Breece Hall, drafting him in the second round. But now Breece Hall's going to be in line at some point for the new general manager of the Jets to have to pay top of the market value. And will they turn to somebody like, say, when that day comes, whoever the Omarion Hampton of the draft is going to be, rather than pay Breece Hall?
I think that second contract for somebody like Breece Hall, you feel more comfortable doing that, and now you can use your draft resources to plug some of these other holes, which are numerous, especially in the secondary for that specific team.
R.J. Harvey.
Gosh, he is rolling.
2 terrific times.
But Omarion Hampton, I don't think he's getting to the second round where Breece Hall got. I was very surprised when Breece Hall got there. I'll be shocked if Hampton gets there.
I mean, Chip Kelly, who called up plays for people like Travion Henderson this year, is now going to be in Vegas, the new OC for the Raiders. Here's Henderson.
We'll show you some tape on Travion Henderson throughout the day here. We'll pull it up, and I'm telling you, the pass protection stuff from him, it's next level. It is fun.
But isn't that on brand for Ohio State running backs? That they know how to pass pro as well as run. That's why they get 3 down backs out of Columbus.
I mean, it's a
Zeke,
pro operation.
Zeke
they have coaches with
example.
pro experience. They have players that are going to be future pros, and they arrive ready to roll.
Henderson's first run, terrific. In his second one, he will stick with the first, even though he's just 2/100ths of a second off of the first.
Look how big Judkins is at 221 pounds. That's so far, it's been a great day for both these guys. The broad jump gives you a glimpse, along with that vertical, of how much explosion they have in their lower body.
No, and I know, what I was saying about Travion Henderson and complimenting him. You kind of looked at me like you were ready for where the punchline was coming. I can be
that was nice.
Highly complimentary, and rightfully so, about how terrific these Ohio State players are.
They're easy to love. Even as a Michigan man.
Did I misread your look? Because you were looking at me like, where are you going with this one? And they're like, oh, you're being complimentary.
To be honest with you, I was just looking over your shoulder at Hollywood Royalty. So that's what I was doing.
Okay. All right. David Spade is in our booth. He's going to join us shortly. Stacey Dales, take it away.
Rich, just a little fun fact on Quinshon Judkins. You guys just mentioned how sizable he is. How about the fact that he was a premium skateboarder? 8 years old to 15 years old. He was so good he actually had a small sponsorship from a skate park where he grew up in Alabama. He did 360s, kick flips, flat ground kind of guy, trick kind of guy. Pretty good feet. Maybe the skateboarding helped.
It all is part of the journey, right?
Well, he's got great balance.
Nice. Jordan James. .455. That's what he runs.
Yeah, that's who he is. When I was a young kid, I asked for a skateboard for Christmas, and my parents got me one that had the handlebars on it. That was tough one around the buddies. They couldn't really pull that off. Caleb Johnson. He is lean for someone who weighs 224 pounds.
.457. Slight improvement.
Yeah, and he could carry 240 pounds on that frame.
1,500 yards, 21 rushing touchdowns.
He just
in his final season in Iowa.
Find the right fit. Get someplace where they're going to let you get outside zone, one cut, go.
All right, so now here is Judkins. Transfer from Ole Miss.
He is not running in vans, by the way, in case you were wondering, Rich.
I wasn't, but I appreciate you saying that.
Just loved it. I did not know. Stacy got me on that one. I didn't know about the skateboarding.
.451. He'll stick with the first. All right, let's take a break. Come on out here, David Spade. He's joining us live on NFL Network. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, next here on our Combine coverage, we go to break. Give this man a chair. We got our first simulcam of the weekend. Oh, the two Buckeyes. The first runs of Judkins and Henderson.
I wouldn't want to tackle either one of them.
Nope. And the winner is Henderson. When we come back, David Spade will hang with us. Don't go anywhere. Back here while you're watching our commercials, hopefully. Corey Kiner's second run from Cincinnati.
Yep.
He's going to stick with his first.
That first one works.
Second do math.
Yeah. Always take the lower one.
That is excellent advice, David Spade.
I would say don't even ask me next time. Just take the lower one.
Unless it's a contract proposal.
Oh, look at that.
Woody Marks.
Woody Marks out of nowhere.
From the U, Damian Martinez, his second run.
Nice.
Wow, now that.
See?
He lost a little weight from the Senior Bowl to the Combine. It's paying off.
He lost a little weight from the first to the second run, it looks like.
I did not know that.
I
You guys have a lot of info going on here.
Well, we have a lot of yeah, I mean,
this seems like it's on a loop, but this is it is interesting to watch this at home. I mean, interesting is a strong word, but it's definitely something to watch.
We'll take interesting. I mean, you could have stopped there.
This is kind of the official beginning of the season, right?
Yes,
Sort of.
indeed. Here's the final run that we missed while we were in commercial break. Rocket Sanders with a 4.49.
You talk about finishing. He finished all the way down to the 20.
This is live. Brashard Smith of SMU.
He's flying.
All right, 4.39.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere.
Now we're getting somewhere.
You always got to run through the finish line. That's what I tell the guy. I do some light coaching. Yeah. I'm a walk-by coach. I just walk by people and go, knees up.
That's the light coaching?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying? David Spade, good to see
nice
you, brother.
To see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for coming in,
about time
man.
you throw the camera on me. I've been here for 20 minutes. Hey, everybody.
What do you think?
Everyone's like, why? No, the reason I'm here is there's absolutely no reason. I'm doing a gig across the street, and I'm with Dana Carvey, and when we checked in, I was like, this is a little football player heavy in the lobby for not a season. And then they go, oh, yeah, the Combine. I'm like, oh, my God, how fun. Let's go over there. So,
yeah, and here you are.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Doing some light coaching?
Yeah, I did some light coaching. I walk by, I go, abs begin in the kitchen. And I just keep walking. But, yeah, I used to do some button hooks. I mean, I used to be, I know the lingo. Yeah. I go like this. I go 10, and then I button hook, and then I go throw it. Psychologically, then the DB thinks they're throwing it.
And then
then I go pew, and then I keep going.
It's a double move guy.
Yeah.
You're a double move guy.
I even tell him ahead. I go, I'm going to juke, and I'm going to juke, juke, juke. And then he goes, while he's trying to figure that, I go pew.
Have you run a 40 ever?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, no numbers, but I definitely did the stuff in high school where you did. It was always the 50 when I was. That's how old I am. It was the 50. Do you know that? It was 50-yard dash?
I've never heard that. Daniel, there he got
It
4.32. Wait a minute.
No, hey,
Hold on a second.
Let's put a pin in that story.
Yep.
The fans are going nuts right now.
I didn't think there'd be anybody here. There's a million people here.
There we go. Let's see it again. Knees up.
Yeah, he got
Knees
out.
up. He did. By the way, it didn't even look that fast. He's great. The chain, how much does it weigh? That's all I think about. Is like,
how much faster he would have run. 4.32.
What's our best today?
That's our best right there.
At it. You're looking right at it.
I walked into it.
You did.
Good luck, charm.
You're making him faster just by being here, David.
Just by droning on.
This is the last runner right here, Marcus Yarns of Delaware.
Come on, Marcus. You got to want it. Oh, drive-by coach.
You're rolling forward. Okay, they're gonna get you slower than what.
Now that's the real coaching right there. So that's a new one. You're rolling forward. You put that in your arsenal now.
Yeah.
You know.
Rolling forward.
So do you think when the colleges asked for your 40 and you gave him your 50, is that why you didn't get recruited?
Yeah, that's what was one of the problems.
Yeah.
I had a great GPA problem too, so there was a lot of conflux. I did go for football in high school. It was so dumb because I was a skateboarder, but obviously I got. I think I weighed 134 in full pads, and the coach. I was like Lucas. Remember that movie?
Of course.
Yeah. So the coach
just started clapping.
Yeah,
So
it
you're
wasn't a ton
clapper?
of clapping, but they did tell me to leave.
Do you want to call the Marcus Yarns 40?
Of course.
David?
We got Marcus Yarns. We all know him from the Delaware with the bird, the bluebird. And here we go. He's off and running. And there he goes. He went all the way. Yep.
Well done.
Didn't stop for directions. All the way to the end. And what do we got? 4.48?
Yep.
Solid time.
That's solid.
Nothing
Nothing to tweet about.
I think you
but yeah.
forgot to yell finish. If you yell finish, I think we get a little faster.
No, I should have gone down there and given a couple fist bumps.
Well, I mean, you're now that you're here, you can.
This kid
if
at
you
the
wanna do
hotel
that.
just goes, "Well, you saw my football. I already got Travis Hunter." I go, "Who do you think I am?" How many footballs out there have me and Travis Hunter?
So did you signed it?
Of course.
You signed it Danny Woodhead.
No, I signed it Peyton Manning. I want to make it worth more.
The David Spade, Travis Hunter football.
Yeah.
That's what we call one of one.
That's a buddy movie.
We noticed your analysis of the Luka Doncic trade, David.
Oh, here it is. Boom.
Feels like Saquon to the Eagles. That's some quality analysis.
That's
right there.
am I close? I don't know.
I do think so. Yeah. Well, we never thought that Saquon would be let go by the Giants, and we never thought Luka would be traded.
I think my mullet is itching. I feel like it was kind of, you knew. Well, Saquon was great. In my opinion, it was great, but it wasn't the right situation. But Luka, I think you really knew was great, no matter what was going on. And I'm still, I was literally just scratching my head over it. Did you see that?
Have you been out to see him? Have you been out to see Luka yet?
No.
Not yet.
No, I haven't been to a Lakers game this year. Last time I was at the SoFi, I was to see Def Lepp and like Steve Miller. Some old man concert. It's great.
Nice. That music's from the era of the 50-yard dash.
Def Leppard and
I love that.
Steve Miller
Yeah.
band. So that was your last time in SoFi, huh?
Yeah, and Journey went on. I think I feel like Steve Miller should have gone on later, but Journey, they did Don't Stop Believin', of course. They did about 4 times, I think. And Steve Miller's great.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we got that going
we're
for
getting
you.
It's still in a football stadium, so it still sort of makes sense we're talking about it.
But it is the quietest you've ever probably been in a football stadium, right?
It's kind of got a golf football vibe.
It's quiet for having a couple thousand people here. I didn't even notice that, but you can buy tickets to this, I guess.
Yes, you can. And actually, I don't think they bought. Did they just?
No,
it's
free tickets.
Free
Free
tickets.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
That's nice.
just like you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm bummed you can't come to the show tonight because it's like a charity, but it would be fun. Dana Carvey, who's one of the greats.
Yes, indeed.
Who missed the 50.
Yeah, what happened?
Dana got the flu right before, and it was really a bummer because we were all stoked to go. And it's funny. I only did like one line in the whole thing, but I'm going on tour in about a month, and they kept saying, "What's the name of your dumb tour?" And I couldn't think of one, so they go, "You have to do it by Sunday night. We have to know it by Monday." And then I just took the line from SNL and made it my tour.
That's it?
Because there was a bit where I was in a long sketch, and then I left it, and I went and sat back in the audience.
Yeah, that was funny.
And
you're
go,
just like, yeah,
"Where's
I'm
Spade?"
good.
I go, "Yeah, I got a feel for it." so that's the new tour name.
Was that ad-libbed or that was part of the skit?
They did write something like that. And then they go, "There's no cue card out there." And I said, "Oh, I got this." And then I went out there and I couldn't remember it. So I just said, "I got a feel for it." And then it was close enough.
Good to see you, bud. Thanks for stopping by.
Why, you guys got to take off?
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Oh, am I out?
Well, I mean, you can stay as long as you
These kids
want,
aren't going to coach themselves, Spade. Get down there and help them out a little bit.
Fly on the wall with Dana
Who's
Carvey
talking?
and
All right, I'll go look
David
for Strager.
Spade. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to break with this simulcam of Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, and Omarion Hampton.
That's
what
good
we're going to do
company.
here. Who's going to win this one? Oh, it's the kid.
And that's a strong stride for Hampton.
Ladies and gentlemen. Fun stuff. David Spade here to wrap up hour number 1 of a very long Saturday.
As everybody did here, more good games. You get a chance to
competition.
watch great competition, and he stepped up to the plate big time.
So it's a deep group of tight ends. It starts off with a 40-yard dash from Gavin Bartholomew of Pittsburgh.
I have him as like a 4th-round player, and that's a good start for him.
4.73.
I'll give you some times here, Rich. I'd love to do that as we start these new groups here. Tight ends. If you look at the tight ends in the NFL this past season, top 10 in receiving yards, they were averaging 6'4" and 1/8", 249 pounds, and ran 4.61. So that's a fast number to chase here.
Clemson's Jake Brenningstool.
Got a little Mike Gesicki to him. Reminded me of him. Flexed out receiver.
6'5", change, 4.75. Here comes Jalen Conyers.
Jalen Conyers got a ton of production. He can really adjust the ball down the field. They use him on a lot of these tight end screens as well.
Brian Dable got himself a Penn State tight end of his own in the draft. Theo Johnson, terrific player.
He's got to get somebody to throw it to him now. That's going to be the big challenge for them this offseason.
I mean, that's going to be part of our conversation all day tomorrow. Is what do the Giants do at 3? Do they go free agent? Veteran? Rookie? What do they do both? 4.77 for the former Sun Devil, transfer to Texas Tech. There's Brian Schottenheimer. As C.J. Dupree of Alabama is up next.
C.J. Dupree, 256 pounds, is an inline tight end, hand on the ground. A nice job in the run game, and I want to see him catch and adjust to some balls in the workout once we get to the field. That was my question there.
4.74. Speaking of, like, I just remember some of these tight end workouts we've seen over the years. Vernon Davis.
Ooh.
Speaking of Maryland, right? And
I'm trying to remember if Kyle Pitts did his thing at the combine or if it was the pro day. He put
I think it was the pro day.
Yeah, he put up big numbers. Mitchell Evans here is an interesting one. I think he's one of these guys. His best football is still ahead of him. Had an ACL in 23.
4.74.
Respectable time here.
Notre Dame has sent some terrific tight ends to the next level. Iowa is another one.
Stanford used to be one for a long time. He had tight ends come into the league every year. Oh, this is a fun one here.
Why?
Fannin. He is ultra ultra productive and big plays against A&M, Penn State. He's I'm telling you, I've labeled him as like my mini Gates. He's got like a little mini Antonio Gates to him. Quite as big, but he's got that kind of little subtle movement. Just knows how to play.
Speaking of Gates, Fannin, who runs a 4.73, was born where Gates is winding up this summer.
Canton, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
By the way, that was ridiculous that he was not a first, but I won't.
No, you're not wrong.
Come on.
So the Bowling Green tight end 4.73. Stacy?
Yeah, DJ, by production, do you mean 8 games with over 100 receiving yards?
Probably.
Wouldn't that tie for the national lead with Travis Hunter, a certain wide receiver / defensive back? This guy is really special out of Bowling Green. You know, it's interesting, too, because obviously it's a smaller school. He said it's the only school that really took an opportunity on him. He had a really good Senior Bowl. Talked to some coaches from that, and they were kind of blown away by him in terms of his coachability, his talent. I mean, he is like you said, DJ, is extremely productive on the field. And I loved a quote that he said this week. He said, and I think a lot of people have loved it, that we were standing at his riser, I don't feel like I fit in. I feel like I stand out.
Yeah, but you know, Stace, the one thing that bothered me about him is that when he had a chance in the bowl game and that stage, for him only to have 17 catches for 213 yards and a touchdown was a little disappointing.
Case in point from both of you right there.
Excellent.
As we saw
Touché.
Terrence Ferguson of Oregon run, and now it's Thomas Fidone of Nebraska. He's now run the fastest 40 behind Terrence. So the last two are the new fastest time of 4.64 from the Duck, and then the Cornhusker right behind him, Monty Ossenford. Watch Trey McBride have. You want to talk about a productive season?
Yeah, he's a stud.
He was terrific.
It was Dallas Turner, by the way, we caught Monty on when he ran that time last year. Where he got the shivers a little bit on that one. That was fantastic.
Is that why he's got a total poker
he's
face
aware.
right now?
He's aware. He's not
that
getting
we're talking
caught.
about him. Okay.
Not getting caught.
Oh no.
McBride, by the way, ran 4.56 when he was coming out.
Jackson Hawes.
He is an awesome blocker. Elite blocker.
So Fred the Sled's going to get some later?
He's going to have a little something for Fred the Sled.
4.83.
Yeah, you're not drafting him to be your mismatch guy in the passing game. You're drafting him to knock some heads in the run game.
Gunnar Helm. Texas.
He's a good athlete. Tight ends who can win on 50-50 balls and play above the rim. He does it. Georgia game, saw that first meeting.
6'5". That's the whistle. Charles?
Hey, Rich and DJ, I had a chance to talk with
Yes.
Gunnar Helm yesterday, and he said that he went to Steve Sarkisian at the end of last year and said, I want to be an NFL tight end. What do I need to improve on to reach my goal? And Sark told him he needed to be a much better downfield threat. Remember, he had played behind Jatavian Sanders for a couple of seasons, so wasn't quite getting the same opportunities. DJ, with your evaluation of tape, did he reach that goal to become a better threat?
Yeah, absolutely. Not just with the production spike, as we see his time to the 4.93. His production went from 14 catches in 23 to 60 this year. But again, it was a lot of those contested catches, those 50-50 balls down the field.
With his quarterback and many of his wide receiver and running back colleagues at Texas working out tomorrow. Steve Sarkisian will be our guest in the booth during our coverage. Iowa's tight end Luke Lachey and Colston Loveland from Michigan would have been in between these runs if they were out there. But now it's time for the UCLA tight end, Moliki Tavo. Tavo with a 4.83. So let's take a break. We could see that there's 3 more 40s to be run right now, but guess what? They'll be run during the commercial break. We'll run them back, and then we'll finish up the 40s of the tight end group here on a Friday night in the home of the Indianapolis Colts. 40-yard dashes while we were at commercial break. North Carolina's Bryson Nesbitt.
Striding it out there with a 4.89.
And then moments ago, Alabama's Robbie Oots, who is the clubhouse leader in the mustache department here at the Combine.
he runs 4.95 and you don't say, oots, he did it again, then you've just failed.
Oots, he did it again, or Joshua
Simon plays fast. Let's see if he
4.7 flat.
A little
there
bit
you
better
go.
time there.
I mean, see, are you going for a Nick Berman nickname for Robbie Oots? Robbie
or Oots, there it is.
Oots, there it is. Robbie on the Oots. Cat on a hot tin Oots. I don't know. Gavin Bartholomew. All right, got some Pitt fans here.
He's got a little hockey hair going. Nice. That's a good number for him. They use him on some jet sweeps. Good with the ball in his hands. Nasty little stiff arm. You see him run over safeties. Bring the stool.
.477.
He was 234 pounds at the Senior Bowl, so he's added 7 pounds.
What will these guys do first overall, man? What are they going to do?
They're going to have their choice.
Thank you.
Not
normally your insight and your analysis a little bit more sharp than that.
No, that's well. It's just you talk to all these teams. Like, who do you hope's there? Well, they're all there. It's your choice. I thought he might run a little better than 4.77,
and he did.
Okay.
A little better than that. Do you think Tennessee might go free agent quarterback so they're completely wide open? Or they're happy. They're going to go with Will Levis.
I
saw
wouldn't
enough
say
from
they're
him.
happy. They earned the first pick. I mean,
right.
But I think there's an opportunity. Them saying we'll get a sure thing, a stud. If it's Hunter, if it's
right, but it's not a quarterback.
Abdul Carter,
or they can have their pick of the quarterback market top of Friday. You mean?
They're looking at there's Justin Fields that's still out there. There's still some younger veterans that you could have an opportunity to take your shot on, but. Most teams, when you're picking up there, you're chasing ceiling at quarterback. You want guys, especially in the AFC conference, with all of these quarterbacks, elite top-end quarterbacks. If you don't feel like you're drafting an elite one, then take another need, and then you can circle back the next year. The Houston Texans, people say, oh, maybe they had Kenny Pickett there twice. They punted the next year and got C.J. Stroud the following year. The Jags passed on Jordan Love when they had an opportunity to take him. They got Trevor Lawrence the next year. The Bills notoriously pass on Mahomes, and they turn around and get Josh Allen the next year. Like there are other drafts. This is not the only one. And I get pushback from people saying, well, there's no guarantees you're going to be up there. Well, last year there were 6 of them. So there's no guarantees there's only going to be 1 or 2.
C.J. Dippre improved. And Mitchell Evans is going to stick with the first if those are official.
The Bears are another team that did it recently. They traded out of that pick, and they ended up getting Caleb Williams the next year.
Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green. 4.73 the first time, and he slightly improves. Interesting comp for Fannin here. You plug it in, and out pops Julius Thomas.
Another basketball player. We talked about Gates and kind of some of his movement. Julius Thomas with a basketball background as well. I believe Portland State is where he was coming out of.
Charles.
And go Vikings, right? DJ with Portland State. Hey, real quick, Harold Fannin, Robbie Oots, I think would be more of a fullback type, right? We're taking a look at Hawes, another great blocker. But I go back to Fannin, Aronde Gadsden II, who's not working out here today. Are they true tight ends, DJ? Or are they more H-back, move around guys to try and get them open?
Yeah, I think that's it. You're looking at two different styles, right? You're kind of inline wide tight ends versus your H's, your F's are move guys. And I think Fannin, that's going to be where he does his damage and moving him around a little bit. Ferguson, by the way,
I was about to say, we
twice.
We just watched Ferguson get a little bit of an improvement of a time that, based on the first 40s, should stand as the fastest for the tight end group here at 2025. Your 2 cents on the Oregon Duck.
Yeah, I have him as a day 2 pick. He's tall. He's that long stride. He builds speed, can break tackles. He's someone who I think's much improved in the run game. The longer he's played, the better he's gotten that department. Just needs to be a little bit more firm, in some of those contested catches, those combat catches, and finishing a little bit better there. But he can really run.
There's Fedoni of Nebraska. Terrence Ferguson at 4.63 should emerge with the fastest time here at the Combine of a deep tight end group. Here's Jackson Hawes.
Charles, you'll see as many pancakes with Jackson Hawes as a tight end that we've seen in the last few years. He got a whopping 23 targets, and I don't think he could care less.
No, and I have to tell you, seeing him, and I'm still trying to run it down a little bit. Remember Spencer Hawes with the Atlanta Hawks as a basketball player?
There you go.
I'm thinking, is there a relation anywhere? I'm hoping to find it.
As the Jets group, new HC of the Jets, 12th overall pick to the Jets in his draft year, and Aaron Glenn. Seventh overall on the clock.
I think Rick Spielman was on the right of that.
I did see him as well, yeah.
Who do you want, Rich? Normally you got a guy, you get a guy. Who do you want for the Jets?
Someone who wins.
Settle for that.
How does that sound?
Yeah. Just relax. Gotta relax a little bit. Pause, not you, Rich. Yeah.
I'm nice and chill, sir. All good in this hood right here, man.
Charles, I'm going to have to get a name from you because Hawes reminded me of a blocking tight end from Cal, I scouted many, many years ago, who ended up going to the Tennessee Titans. I'll put Jack on it. Jack can call
that's
it
a
for
good
me.
one.
Oh, Gunnar Helm with a nice improvement.
That's a great improvement for Helm.
He's faster than 4.93. That was that one didn't make sense.
They're kind of set in the tight end department, when you say up there.
They got a
Brock Bowers, good Lord. And they already had Mayer there as well. I mean, they're situated, but they can still check out this position, obviously. So,
by the way, Jack came through Craig Stevens from the 2008 draft. CD.
Yeah.
Oh my God, talk about a deep cut, you two.
Yeah.
Good.
He was right in there with the Texas tight end that played forever, that blocked the heck out of people. Another one that played for the Titans.
Entirely possible. Chip Kelly recruited this guy to UCLA.
Get another opportunity to get him. Why not go 13 personnel? Let's get 3 tight ends out there and just mash some people. Here's Nesbitt.
How great was Brock Bowers this year?
He's so fun, man. He runs routes like a wide receiver. He's built like a jumbo running back. Like, he's a unique player.
4.92 for Nesbitt, and it's not like they had consistency at the quarterback position in Vegas.
It didn't matter.
It was a revolving door at that position,
and you knew where the ball was going, and he still made it happen. Yeah, he's a fun one.
The fact that Bowers, for even a split moment, was in the conversation of potentially running down Jaden Daniels for Offensive Rookie of the Year until obviously the final 6 weeks of the season. just shows you how incredible a rookie season he had.
Big time. Bobby Ute's got a little Kenny Powers to him here.
He does, yep. He boogie nights his own way down the line there. 4.91. Kenny Powers, I like it.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, Kelsey's got to get this guy on the pod, right? I mean, like, he's built for that pod.
That is awesome.
Wow. Takes me back to Bootsy Collins' band. Ah, the name is Ootsy, baby.
I thought Joshua Simon, 4.7's not a bad time. He plays faster than that.
Let's see if he can.
He has a one-handed catch in the A&M game, big time. I wrote the word juicy down when I watched him because I thought he could really go.
Well, he's getting whistled. I guess he's the last one that can track down Terrence Ferguson for the fastest tight end in this group. 4.64 is the unofficial time to track down.
I don't know that he's going to catch him, but I think he can definitely get in the 4.6s here. They move him around in their formation, and he can really get down the seam. He can get into another gear after the catch as well.
South Carolina's had a good first 2 days at this combine.
I'm telling you, South Carolina, Ole Miss, there's a reason why those two teams were really good this past season. They are well represented here.
.466 came close.
There we go. I think he gave a nod of approval as he finished right there.
Yeah, well-deserved round of applause. Are they backing up a truck? What's happening here?
Is that Fred the Sled?
It could be. It could be. Let's take a break. Oh, there's your comp.
Yes.
There's your comp.
Although he is trying to be the best at exercising.
Well done. Very well done. That may be your finest work of the day, Daniel. Take one of these guys at the top of the draft, but we are potentially going to take this second, third round, fourth round guy and win with him.
I think it's because there's a good clump of those guys. So I wouldn't just give you one name. I think there's a handful of them. We're going to see them today. Starting here with Jackson Dart. Will Howard is in that mix. Tyler Shuck is in that mix. Dylan Gabriel for a certain team could be a great fit as someone who could have some upside to run. So we'll get rolling here with Brady Cook, who shouldn't be surprised by that time as a very, very athletic quarterback. He jumped really well earlier.
Well, the group of quarterbacks in this group that are going to be running, it won't take too long. There's only two of them. We just saw one. Here's the other, Seth Hannigan.
Seth Hannigan had a great Senior Bowl game, a comeback win.
Very dressed down, Jerry Jones. There he is. We have not seen Jerry in the Cowboys suite until this very moment. Caught on our cameras there. There was obviously Steven next to him. So in terms of the casual look, he was selectively aggressive with that one, I think.
Nice.
Hannigan, 4.78.
With Jerry Jones in the building, I think that makes Spade the second best actor here today.
By the way, I must say, Jerry Jones and Landman.
Phenomenal.
I'm not saying this just because, he may be hearing this or whatever. It's the truth. They gave out Emmy Award nominations for guest actors or guest appearances. That was unbelievable. Unreal.
Emotional, he is.
Right?
Big time.
Apparently not scripted either. All right. So, potentially Emmys in the future.
I think he'd prefer a Super Bowl.
Obviously, Lombardi is what he would prefer, but I didn't see that one coming either. I was not spoiled or anything like that, and he popped up, and that was unreal. My wife and I, we racked it back to watch it again because we could not believe it. Of how. And by the way, he's in the scene with John Hamm and Billy Bob Thornton, and he stole it.
Heavy hitters.
And he stole it. So, You mentioned the acting part right there. But
we're having a pause, by the way, because with just 2 quarterbacks, they got to give them.
Oh, you got to give them a break, right?
A little bit of a blow here. You don't want to just run right back.
Trust
out there.
me, I know that well. You just got to in between runs. You got to give a second. That's right, because normally there's a whole bunch. So just I guess returning to the conversation of who could be that second, third, fourth round guy that somebody would like us to talk less about because they kind of already have fallen in love potentially for that. You know,
I think it's a competition. I think there's a lot of interesting names, and that's where you could have some of those teams picking up there at the top, and we've already seen a bunch of them mention that they might say, okay, yeah, I like these other two. I might like Shedeur and Cam a little better than those guys, but the gap is not that wide, and I feel good I'm going to get one of these 4 or 5 guys in the next round.
What are we shooting here? What's being shot here?
You're seeing your hand on the football. So they do this. Every team, you get the entire workout, and then you'll get the pictures, the images, all that stuff, and then that's with you holding a ball.
Right.
So you're doing the miles per hour on that. They'll do that to get that off the pad. They'll throw off the pad, and then they just want to see the ball in your hand.
There's a lot of people talking about this kid, and it's not just McAfee, about what we saw from him this year in Columbus and his height and his speed and his weight and his heart and his brain, that maybe he's undervalued at this point in time, Will Howard?
Well, you talk about the size. He's prototypical from that standpoint. He can move around. He got hot there at the end of the year. The question, and I'm just pulling it right off my notes, is just pure top-end arm strength. And with the skill players they had at Ohio State, you're not having to put the ball in a lot of tight windows because the separation is so great. So this is a big day for him to get out here. A lot of these coaches have not seen him throw live, so this is the first opportunity, and they'll get to work him out privately. But this is their first chance to see in the building, watch a quarterback spin the ball. That's an important part of the evaluation.
Stacey?
Yeah, and there's you mentioned competition, Rich and DJ, and we just saw Will Howard warming up here on the screen, and one of the things he told me that he wants to show when he's out here is his accuracy, his velocity, but he also told me he wants to put some ass into it, and I love that. He wants a little consistency. This guy is awesome, you guys. I'm walking through the convention center every day this week doing my duties, and this guy's in the corridor throwing footballs to one of these other prospects over the walkways where there's this huge space in between, and every day I see Will Howard doing this. I mean, he's so fun to be around. We'll see if we put some ass into it today. But then also I just wanted to mention Jackson Dart. I had an opportunity to speak with him as well. And, you DJ, have talked about kind of where he's falling and how he's climbing up this conversation. He told me he's not trying to hold anything back out here today. He wants to go out there, let it rip. Do it with confidence. He wants to put it right on these receivers. Remember, these aren't their guys, right? But for the most part, this is a competition out here today. Jalen Milroe told me he wants to prove he can throw the ball. Everybody thinks he's a one-dimensional quarterback. This is a very important day for him and a lot of these guys.
Is it true his hand size grew from the Senior Bowl? Jalen
Milroe, yeah. Well, it didn't grow. It got measured differently.
Oh, is that?
Yeah. So...
How does that happen?
I'm not a doctor, but I'm going to say that was probably the more likely of the two scenarios.
Here's the second run of Hennigan, and I just love the lather on these guys. They are, and I love the competition aspect of it, Stacey. It's great. Great quote. Put some ass into it.
Put some ass into it, Rich.
It's a bumper sticker or a T-shirt or
Hennigan likes it.
Something I need to think about before running my 40. I don't know. But now we've got the wide receivers.
Adjust your eyes now because it's going to start getting real fast.
Okay, now.
It's Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck's going to get out there. Then we're going to have to give him a breather. Then he's going to run it again. And the wideouts go.
He's 25 years old. He's got 4 degrees. I don't believe one of them is kinesiology, but he is smart enough to know he's going to need a little bit of a breath before he has to run his next one.
And again, with a redshirt year and then a COVID year, his first year as a collegiate player was 2018 when he played 3 games as a reserve redshirt in Oregon. And then 2 years later in 2021, he goes to Texas Tech. And then in 2024, he plays in Louisville this year. 7 years.
He's had some injuries along the way. He's running. That's why he's running, because he can run.
4.69.
That's a great time. There he is, getting fired up. Tyler Shuck, he is big and he has a strong arm. Watch him and you'll see some big time throws. He is aggressive. He can get to number 3 in the progression, 1 to 2 to 3. And then he can really, really let it rip. You'll see him off balance, make some big time throws where it's just all arm. He's set up for this environment to have a really good day because he can spin the football. He is big and strong.
And just again, we want to talk about experience and how he had mentioned before. He's also got a little showmanship in him. This is what he was doing to say, get everyone going. Take it away, Stacey.
Yeah, showmanship, no shortage of confidence, too. Spoke with him yesterday, Shuck, Rich, and DJ, and here's his mission today. He wants to show off his footwork. He wants to throw on time, accuracy, and really show that arm strength. But what's really cool, and you're going to look out for this in his drill work, he wants to really incorporate some off-platform throws. It's a hard thing to do, but he plans to change some arm angles because in such a controlled environment, he said, you can't get those off-platform throws. So he plans to change some of his arm angles and mix in some different drops or play actions and have fun with it. We'll see what they let him do.
Okay.
Talked to one of the teams that spent some time with him this week and said they got a little bit of a Phillip Rivers vibe from him, personality-wise, fills the room.
That's good. And just again, I know we were talking about before that how it's an antiquated notion now to look at guys who have been transfers from one school to the next and wonder why and what's up with that and how come your other school lets you go and things like that. Once again, you take a look at the quarterbacks in this group. Riley Leonard went from Duke to Notre Dame. Kyle McCord went from Ohio State to Syracuse. Graham Mertz went from Wisconsin to Florida. Curtis Rourke went from Ohio to Indiana. Just Google it. Shedeur Sanders, Jackson State to Colorado. Tyler Shuck, 3 different schools, Oregon, Texas Tech, and Louisville. And Cam Ward, the rare trip from Incarnate Word to Washington State to the U. Jalen Milroe is the only quarterback in this group who stayed in one school.
That's pretty interesting. Where it used to be one transfer, and now there's one that's made it all the way through.
Yeah. I mean, this young man is the standout in that regard of this group. And it's Alabama, which is no slouch, as you know.
Yeah, and he had to wait. He had to wait
behind Bryce Young
to get his opportunity.
Right.
But it is, yeah, again, I think you can find a lot of positives either way. You can find positives of guys who've been patient, stuck it out, and kind of worked through it at their existing schools. And I like the fact that the rest of these players, really all the rest of these players, have had to adjust. They've had to adjust to new environments, new coaches, new systems, and you get a chance to see how they perform.
So Shuck has caught his breath from his 4.69 40 and then his post 4.69 40 run through the end zone to fire up the crowd. And it's now time for run number 2.
So do you think when his showed up on campus there at Oregon with Penei Sewell in his class that he thought that they would both be on this different of a path?
No doubt. And off he goes again for a second run. 4.69 is improved upon.
Oh, yeah. See, there's the Phillip Rivers. There's the Phillip Rivers side of it right there. Although I don't think Phillip had 4.64 in his bag if he's watching.
This is great.
That's awesome.
So much fun.
All week long.
All right, we're going to get the 40s started. We don't know how fast they're going to run, Rich, but this is the tallest offensive line group in history.
Aha, very good. So really the time we're looking at is the 10-yard split, because if an offensive lineman is running 40 yards consecutively, that would be rare, one would say, and maybe it's a problem. They're chasing down somebody who took the ball away from them. So the 10-yard split is how fast you can get out from the line of scrimmage and potentially block on a screen, things of that nature. A 1.84 for Banks and a 5.17 for the 40.
So if we're just going to take a number here, let's just look at the top 10 grades and use PFF for that. If we do that for tackles, the average 10 time was a 1.72 for those players coming out. For the interior offensive lineman, it was a 176. So those are the 10 splits that you'll be looking at. If you're curious about the 40s, 492 for those top tackles, 511 for those top interior linemen.
Thank you, sir. So here's Anthony Belton, NC State.
Another one who's played left tackle, but a lot of teams will have him, as a consideration as a guard. He's 6'6", 336 pounds, and can create some real movement in the run game.
And here he goes. Here we go, Belton. 5'2", for a man nicknamed by his teammates Escalade. I don't think we need to get too deep as to why.
That out.
Right, there's the Jones family. By the way, getting set to have a retirement ceremony for Zach Martin later this week. So
one of the all-time greats.
One of the all-time greats, hanging him up there in Dallas. So that's next on the order of business for that team publicly.
Not a good 10 split there for Tyler Booker, but he's a really good player. Not going to love the 40 time there, but this is someone who plays smart, physical, tough. He's a finisher. You see the comparison there. Q did not run, if I'm not mistaken. He did not run at all through the entire process. So that's someone who plays a physical brand of football on the right and someone who tries to match that physicality on the left.
Maulers, to say the least.
And Tyler Booker, when you talk to the folks at Alabama, and they say he was a Will Anderson level leader for their offense since he was there, and the job he did taking those young offensive linemen under his wing, that's going to be very popular when he meets with teams and coaches.
Yeah, both of them team captains, another comp right there. So here's Logan Brown of Kansas. Nice split. 5.18 total.
Yeah, solid time for him. Plays right tackle. You see him just swallow up linebackers when he gets up to the second level, and I always like to watch these guys when they're uncovered and see what they do. He's always looking for work.
So here's Will Campbell, who's on the freaks list of our friend Bruce Feldman of The Athletic and Fox Sports. Frequent guest on my show as well. He almost hit 18 miles an hour for top offensive line max velocity in 2023. So we should see a fast time here.
Oh, he stumbled. He stumbled right at that 10-yard mark.
On 5 flat. He's got another run at it.
It's a good number.
Round of applause from the fans that are gathered here.
Right there. Right about even before the 10.
Well, why don't we, why isn't
I didn't blow it. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't blow it. But here's Michael Ruse again. You see, look at the arm length. That's the number. There's not, I've got a long list of guys with under 33-inch arms that were kicked inside, but here's one of Michael Ruse who stayed out at tackle.
Connor Colby going fast right off the line from Iowa.
Good time. Going back to Will Campbell, though, real quick, Rich.
Yes.
Talk to the folks at LSU. They've been there for a long time around that program. Said they've had 4 players over the last 20 or so years that came in and started as freshmen, never lost their job, never missed games all the way through. There's been 4 of them. He's one of the 4. So the availability factor is something to be said for that as well.
Here's Josh Carnley Jr. Couple of Oregon Ducks available in this year's draft. Both tackles for Dylan Gabriel. It's amazing you could see around these guys, right?
Well, wait do you see the measurables with the 2 tackles, because you would think they were twins.
We'll talk about that in a moment, but here's the run of Connerly. 172.
Excellent.
507.
Excellent times.
We say good Sunday to Ian Rappaport. Ian?
Yeah, I was actually at dinner last night at St. Elmo's, ran into Will Campbell's parents, who was explaining to them how to ignore all the mock drafts. Just focus on the process. No offense, guys. I love all of your mock drafts. I want to turn the attention to the guys that these players block for, the quarterbacks. And obviously one of the biggest stories this week was Matthew Stafford staying with the Los Angeles Rams, which of course had ramifications all around the league. It means Aaron Rodgers, who did view the Rams as a prime location, still needs work, still does want to play, and the New York Giants are looking into Aaron Rodgers, as they are for all of the veteran quarterbacks available. And I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if the Giants either trade up to 1 or draft a quarterback at 3. The union between Rodgers and the Giants does make some sense. Let me explain why.
Either way, if they draft a quarterback at 1 or 3 or wherever they end up drafting, they probably need some sort of a bridge starter. Aaron Rodgers, is going to have a little chip on his shoulder, wants to prove everyone right, wants to show that he still got it, still does want to play. If he could do it in the same city as he was with the Jets, obviously that would be something that he would like. Plus, anytime you draft a quarterback then have a bridge starter playing, you'd say, oh, when's the rookie going to play? When's the rookie going to play? When you have a first ballot Hall of Famer like Aaron Rodgers starting, that avoids a lot of that conversation. The Giants are looking into it, but certainly something to keep an eye on.
Thank you, Ian, for that food for thought. We saw a fast run by Eli Cox, and then Brandon Crenshaw-Dixon of Florida follows that up as the youth of Indianapolis are here to enjoy the final day of the scouting combine. Yeah, you're on TV, bud.
Love it.
You're on TV.
Well, these guys get a chance to watch Connerly just a minute ago run an excellent time, and to me he's kind of that tweener on the edge of the first round, and just watching how well he moved there is not going to hurt.
Ariante Ursary is up now from Minnesota.
This could be a good time for an enormous dude here. I was told he's going to be sneaky fast, Rich, one of your favorite phrases.
I do like it. Nice split.
He's huge.
Wow. That's give me his dimensions one more time.
Yeah. So for Ursary, you're talking about someone who checks in at 6'6" even, 331 pounds.
He just almost ran a sub 540.
That's impressive.
Charles Davis.
Hey guys, listen, in college football, I know the conference affiliations have all changed, but if you ever see the name Jacobs Award winner next to an offensive lineman, that's prestigious for this reason. The Jacobs Award in all the conferences that do it, they're voted upon by the opposite number, meaning the defensive players voting on the offensive lineman about who's the best. I use that as a setup because talking with a lot of the edge rushers this week, they talked about Ariante Ursary as a guy that they really struggled with throughout the season.
Excellent perspective there as Miles Frazier just ran a 40-yard dash here. When we come back, we'll show you what went down while we're paying a few bills, and then we'll see the guys who are tipping at 3 bills run some more. While we were gone, the 40-yard dash of Joshua Gray.
He's got some nasty to him. That's a good split. Nicely done.
Joe Huber, Wisconsin.
Right guard. Big powerful dude.
You could hear the steps, huh?
Yeah, it's not light on the feet there.
The thumps. Drew Kendall, Boston College. Final first run, nicely done, 5:06. All trying to beat Will Campbell's 5 flat right now. Kelvin Banks Jr.'s second run at it.
It's a smooth run. It's not just the times. You're watching how these guys move. That was a real easy, smooth run.
Anthony belting it out. 5.28 first run. Slightly improved, all right.
Go.
We're back live with Tyler Booker. Trying to improve on that 5.39 to start us off.
Again, he's going to play on the inside and the interior. Some of that lack of foot speed is not going to be an issue in there when you're playing with neighbors.
Is that your way of saying he's going to the Giants?
Oh, yeah, different neighbors, different spelling.
I see what you're saying.
Okay. Different spelling.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, show us that hand, Mark. Oh, no, I thought he was doing that. He's just fixing his glasses to look smarter.
Tell you who's not the weakest link. It's Mark Ross right there. I like those specs.
He is doing the hand times for us. Well done, sir.
He's money.
Highly accurate.
He's got a little experience. He's done this for a while.
All right, so Will Campbell stumbled his first time. Cleaner get out. How will that translate?
There you go. A little better.
Looks better on the board, right?
Yep. The 176 split.
Nice round of applause from the 5,000 plus who are here today. for OL 5.
He can absolutely squat the house, too. He's a big weight room guy.
A lot of moving parts. Connor Colby.
Good flow.
I mean, that's a party in the back, right?
Darn right it is.
Is that what that is?
Little hockey hair.
That is absolutely business in the front.
That's why we need Joe Dirt in here today to break that down for us.
That's Oots, right? Oots, there it is. Maybe get that comp ready with his teammate, Johnny Cornelius.
Yeah, it's almost
this
freaky.
Is unreal. Our guy Jack Andrade of NFL Network Research noticed this. We'll get to that in a second, but here's the run of Josh Connerly Jr. trying to beat the 5:07 he's already posted. Well, 7. The 5:06. There you go. Every little bit counts.
Yeah, he's really, really athletic. Nice job.
He did. You got a little bit better.
I'm on my Bobo.
Eli Cox of Kentucky.
Center for Kentucky. He's with a real wide base. Started 47 games.
There he goes.
Nicely done.
Indeed. 5:03. And they're clapping.
See what the numbers show on Connerly. How about this one with Jake Matthews? It's pretty close to a DNA match there.
I mean, the real DNA match is with his teammate, isn't it?
Well, that one is darn near identical.
I think we got that one. We popped that one up. Something else. As he's dapping it up. Brandon Crenshaw Dixon. His second run.
For the vast majority of these players, this will be the last time that they are ever tasked with running 40 yards.
5.34. And that would be that. There's the Ravens brass. Here's Ursery again.
Ursery, we've seen the straight line run. He's enormous. The question's going to be, how does he bend? How does he sink and bend when we get into the drills and get on his heels a little bit much? But that's why you get a chance to combine the testing with the drill work today. But he's off to a great start.
Let's see if we can get sub 4.5. Boy,
he's stride.
Moving.
He is striding it out.
Oh, man, how is that slower?
Oh, he was striding it out.
It's okay. That was impressive, nonetheless.
Feeling we might see that run again when we get to the draft, Rich, with a certain host in a trail position.
I have a feeling something's being cooked up right now. Looking for my pace car, right?
Yeah.
As Warren Sapp always calls it.
Miles Frazier's a good player. He had a really good week at the Senior Bowl. He almost came out last year. He got about a 4th round projection when they reached out to scouts, and ended up coming back to school, and I think he's going to be gone by the time we get to that 4th round this year. He's ready to play.
By the way, I'm really enjoying the smattering of applause whenever a 40 is improved upon. People are enjoying that development.
How many people in the stands do you think appreciate a 179 split right there?
Every last one of them. I'm not gonna do anything but trust in their love and knowledge of the scouting world.
It's a nice run by Gray.
There you go. Let's hear the
crowd. He's a good player.
There it is. See there. Hey. And there was much rejoicing. Charles?
I love the fact that you guys are both respecting the fan and their knowledge, because in all seriousness, we've seen how it has improved over time. We can't get away with anything now. My question, DJ, is this. Eli Cox is the only guy we've seen run that's listed as a pure center. How many more of these interior offensive line guys that we've seen that might be converted, and even some of these tackles, because we had Graham Barton last year, a tackle going into center and starting for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a conversation. You know, Kendall's got the center there from Boston College too, and you've got some other guys who didn't run that are going to be pure centers in that group. But yeah, I'm excited to see Zabel once we get to the next group as someone who's a left tackle who a lot of teams believe is the best center in this draft class. So yeah, it's become more common, and these guys are all sharp. They're all smart dudes.
And here's Drew Kendall, the final 40 of Group 10. Group 11 will wrap things up after the on-field drills that we will get to presently.
That's a good time, man.
Applause. Give me a round of applause, everybody.
I see a lot of Bears jerseys here today, by the way. They're doing their scouting, trying to get some help.
Okay, so the 40s are done. And the future. They're in the trenches. The parents are in the trenches every day, right?
I love it.
Oh, it's nap time. Everyone be quiet. Be quiet.
For a guy who's 330 plus pounds, and when you show up on a comp with Jason Peters
That's
and
good.
The career that he's had as a former undrafted tight end who ended up converting to be a tackle and have.
Just while we were gone, Jalen Travis, Iowa State.
That's a big man, almost 6'8", 339 pounds,
Good
and that's
Lord.
a fantastic time.
Xavier Truss. .526.
Not too shabby. Another big one there.
Carson Vinson.
This is a 6'7" alley here. 3 guys in a row over 6'7".
That is crazy.
He's running pretty good. Nice.
Okay, a 1-8 split right there for an Alabama A&M Bulldog. Jackson State coming now. Clay Webb. What county is Jackson State in? Jacksonville State. Okay, don't even go there. John Williams of Cincinnati. 1-8 split. Nickname of the conductor.
There you go.
No, it's not.
There you go.
I just made that up.
I was going to go with a John L. Williams cut, but I think you probably went on that one.
I'm gonna, I'll name him that. I don't know if he'll accept it. Jared Wilson, nice split, nice time, 4.9 flat. Ladies and gents, we got a new clubhouse leader.
Yeah, he's going to be a day 2 pick. He'll go in the second or third round.
Wow. Wyatt Milam.
It's Jared Wilson, one of the best centers in the draft class. Wyatt Milam's a nasty dude, man.
Looks like Membu said I was just going to let the first one speak for itself. .528 is now 528.
Was it Costanza that said leave on a high note?
That's right. Flew all the way out to Ohio.
There you go. Look at these 10 splits up there. That's a bunch of good times.
Looks like Ratledge has listened to his agent, if that's who was on the phone.
Yeah, it was Duke Manningweather, who's trained a lot of these offensive linemen. He was on the phone with him, and they came to a collective decision there. That was good enough. Let's go have a good field workout.
Okay. Jalen Rivers. Let's improve on that 5.4 flat, sir.
Significantly.
Very much so. Fans gave it a nice round of applause. Stacy?
Rich, Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia, just ran that unofficial 4.90. He was a soccer player, actually, when he was a youngster. And obviously, he outgrew soccer and got a little big. But he said he always knew that his feet were quicker than other guys so that he could keep up with smaller guys. Really good, though, at the center position to have that soccer background.
Caleb Rogers.
That body control.
You know, I wonder what position do you play at soccer that you grow out of it and become an offensive lineman who runs a 4.9 flat?
Why, if you're that size as a little kid, you can cover up a lot of that goal.
Maybe so, right? seeing improved times here.
These are good times. This group's running really well. Caleb Rogers is a right tackle.
There he is.
Yeah, he's going to be ready to go, too. There's some of these guys that come in clear packaging, no assembly required.
There's the GM of the Bills, Brandon Bean. Here's Jonah Sabanaya. So there's a Sabanaya and a Tetaroa in Arizona. We're getting to the end of the combine, brother.
Yeah, anything you're throwing right now, I'm not picking up.
No, I'm just a lot of just a polysyllabic run here.
Yeah.
And an improved run.
Jeez.
4.95.
Yeah, again, that's why he's an intriguing player, someone who's played right tackle, but I think he's going to end up having a future inside at guard, and that movement and power is going to play really well. He washes guys down the line of scrimmage with that power.
All right, let's get an improved 5.6 time here. I'm with you, Torricelli. I'm with you. You don't want me with you. All right, let's go. Go. Run, Torricelli, run. Yes.
That's a huge improvement.
Big time. I like it.
Good for him, not for you.
It's fine. No, thank you, man. Nobody wants to run with me. Nobody.
What was the closest you got to? Like, who was it?
Oh,
was it Orlando Brown?
Mount Cody.
Oh, Terrence Cody. Yeah.
Mount Cody. BJ Raji was the first. Raji Island when he was here a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
Trapillo with an improved time. Down to the final 40s.
Isn't Trapillo, is that where the bad guys were from in the Taken movies when he gets him to say the lines? Marco from Trapillo?
No.
Close?
I don't know what you're talking about. You need Charles's help here.
Yeah, I guarantee he's got that in his back pocket.
Charles, do you have any help here? Any help?
I thought it was Tripoli.
There you go. Is that a place?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
More likely to be Tripoli then. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. We went a long way for it, but we found it.
I knew Charles would get me home. I just get the car out of the driveway and rely on Charles to get it back in the garage.
Charles's pop culture tracking data.
And we almost went a long way to Tipperary, right, Rich?
Okay.
I don't care what hotel you're in or how long your day's been. If that movie comes on, you're committed to watching it.
You're in.
Jalen Travis with a 5.15. Trapoya has been, Charlie Yook has now chimed in. It's really Trapoya from the movie Taken, which is what you're doing.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
We got there.
We're all correct.
It's a group. It's a team. This is a teamwork here.
Xavier Truss is trucking. Here we go. All right. The very optimistic fans here are giving some attaboys to some big men finishing the 40-yard dashes here at the Combine.
I can promise you that in the stands here's a couple where the wife is saying this was pitched a little bit differently than what this is.
Yeah. That's it, Carson.
That is a long stride for Mr. Vinson.
Let's stick with run one. Let's get Clay Webb going. Oh, I don't know. Let's not. I'm just not saying that it could be them.
That is the look of somebody who got tricked.
By the way,
I'm telling you.
Is this like a Combine cam? Is that what's happening right now? It's a Combine kiss cam. Is that what we've reached? Or kiss and make up cam is basically what you're saying.
That was, hey, you want to go watch some football today? And she said, sure, let's go. Let's go to the stadium. We got free tickets.
5-1-2, and then all of a sudden,
she's like, where's the pads?
They're watching a mirror drill. Like, what?
No, this is the long pole drill. This is what,
Nice. John Williams, the penultimate 40 at this Combine. Should play the Imperial March over his run here, you know?
Sweet.
Here we go. Yes. Drafted by the Patriots, he can bring some pop to Boston. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
I am really running out of steam here.
He's going to stick with the second score.
He shall. Good use of score. Jared Wilson. Can we finish with a sub 4.940 from a big offensive lineman? Can we have that massive finish here at the Combine? I'm setting the stage, Daniel. What do you think? Yes or no?
Edge of my seat, yes.
Okay. No pressure. Go, Jared. Go.
Popped up a little bit.
Yes!
Look at that.
What a finish!
That a baby. 4.84 is cooking.
Oh, I thought he was about to do a cartwheel. That one, I saw. I thought that we were about to see that.
Look at it. He's got some Georgia teammates celebrating with him, too.
That's right. Yeah, full mullet celebration.
The Bulldogs. We got to put him side by side with Jordan Davis and some of the Bulldogs.
That's right. Let's do it. We got time on our hands. We're waiting for the on-field drills. What a big finish that was. Fantastic. Remember, we loved he loved that last 40.
Maybe he'd like another crack at it here.
That's right. Get out there.
That is awesome.
Fun stuff.
Look at that. That's it, right?
Wow.
That's the list? Holy
Campbell
cow, Chad.
and Membu from this year's class join Tristan Wirfs and future first ballot Hall of Famer Trent Williams with the metrics that they bring with a 30-inch vert and a sub-540-yard dash. Jared Goff, Membu, and Jameis Winston.
Oh.
Membu and Jabu. Does Jabu wins?
There will be no W's eaten in this one. I can tell you that right now.
Jared Goff is going to beat him. All right.
That's one of the few times we've seen a quarterback win in these things.
There you go.
Nice.
How about that? Jared Wilson, a 4.84 unofficial is the final 40 of the 2025 NFL Scouting Combine. Here we go. See some fast 40s. Andrew Armstrong.
Andrew Armstrong, excellent size. He's almost 6'4", 202 pounds. Versatile, can play inside and outside. So he's a real fun-loving dude.
Arkansas's Andrew Armstrong with a 4.52.
The goal for him was just to get under 4.6, so getting down the low 4.5s, that's excellent at that size. Give you some receiver numbers here, Rich. If we look at the top 10 in receiving yards last year in the NFL, the 40 time was 4.44 on average. So Moses Malone is the target.
Alec Iomanner of Stanford.
He could say something that few can say here. He got the best of Travis Hunter in 2023. He had a monster game against Colorado. Just 294 yards is all.
That's got to count for something, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And he can run. He can get out. 206 pounds. And Stacy's going to love him. He's Canadian.
From Medicine Hat, Alberta. You know anybody from Medicine Hat, Stacy?
I do. I know many people from Medicine Hat because Canadians know every Canadian. We know each other. It doesn't matter if you're from the East Coast to the West Coast. We all know each other.
4.47. Nice one. Sean Payton. Well, he found some talent on the offensive side of the ball in last year's draft. Him and George Payton, the two Paytons.
Yeah, they're just got some building blocks. He said he's looking for his joker, though. He wants his mismatch player. Elijah Badger here. A lot of slot fades for him.
4.46.
He's got an interesting transfer story. He transfers to Florida and ends up going there because of who he wanted to play against competition-wise.
All right, so here's Isaiah Bond. You can hear the fans all abuzz because Bond said he can run a 4.1. Last year when Xavier Worthy of Texas ran the record of 4.21, he Instagrammed out 4.20 next year, and next year is finally here. Isaiah Bond with the record on his mind. There he goes. That's 4.41.
That's why you got to under-promise and over-deliver, Rich. But it's a great time.
Yeah, by the way.
It's a fantastic time, and he didn't really stumble. It was a pretty clean start. It's a good run.
He's got a second one. You got to speak it into existence, obviously, and always appreciate guys who feel confident and aren't wallflowers. They will say it. But 4.41 is a terrific time.
Yeah, like you said, 4.44
right.
is where you're aiming for here. So he got underneath that. Sam Brown Jr.
From the U.
Got a little wiggle after the catch. He can make you miss. Plays with a little burst.
Wow. That was a vocal 4.44.
I think I need to hear that again more so than see it again.
Okay, it's right from the start.
I feel like
is it a word he's saying? What's the word? Is it bite or something like that? I don't know. Again, I
was that. Is he in the Cobra Kai?
I don't know. It was Pat Bryant, much quieter, and 4.62. That's a first, man.
I've never heard that one.
Okay,
he's trained by John Kreese.
Nice. I always like your second bite at the apple.
I like to go back for seconds.
You know what I mean? It's Luther Burden from St. Louis, Missouri. Went to high school in East St. Louis, playing his college ball in Missouri. Off he goes. 4.42.
That's a good time for him.
All right, so we're going to take a break, but don't worry. We 100% will show you every single 40, potentially sound full, when we come back. After 4 years in Wisconsin, now with Florida, Chimere Dike, look at this 40 while we were gone. Woo! 4.34.
That's legit.
Juan Felton. The Hokie. The 4.53. Ty Felton. Maryland.
A couple Feltons back to back here. He's real productive. Plays inside and outside, and he is fast.
That is a fast turtle. 4.38. Matthew Golden.
He's one of my favorite players in this position group.
4.3 flat.
Yep, I'll take. Sign me up for that.
Matthew Golden.
Sign me up for that.
That could be an official time sub 4.3. You never know. Trey Harris of Ole Miss 4.54.
He's a big, smooth receiver, so not going to be about the top end speed.
Right, Golden.
It's a golden moment right there.
It is. Platinum. We can upgrade the worth of the medal. Jaden Higgins.
All right. Jaden Higgins is in a clump of receivers in that second round range for me, and he is big and fast. He's going to stride it out here.
4.47. He's almost 6'4".
He gave me some Nico Collins vibes when I watched his tape coming out of college. His production's one thing. He gets a ton of pass interference penalties drawn on defenders.
Here's Treshaun Holden. Again, we're going to see his quarterback throw shortly. An Alabama transfer. Here's Holden. 4.58. I mean, maybe we should stop mentioning where they used to go to school, because that used to be something to talk about, or why.
No, it's just about everyone.
No, it's just
Why
like,
don't you
okay.
just mention the guys who've just gone all the way through and
that's
stayed?
right.
Yeah.
That's the outlier, right?
By the way, Missouri head coach Eli Drinkwitz texted me he was very pumped for Luther Burden's low 4.4. Gave me the first round with the lock emoji.
Now here is Jimmy Horn, Jr. of Colorado.
He catches a ton of quick hitters.
4.47.
Because he's quick.
Well, and again, obviously we talk Shador, we talk about Travis Hunter, and this kid really shined bright, and there's his quarterback all happy. I don't think I've seen Shador at any point this week not smiling.
He's enjoying the process.
He's just taking it in.
Okay,
and living in the moment. Torrey Horton.
This is a really good player, real smooth, coming off of an injury.
Colorado State.
Curious to see what he runs coming off that injury. That's a good time.
4.46. Kobe Hudson.
Horton had only been cleared to run for the last 2 to 3 weeks, so that's a good time for him. Hudson.
Every time I see him, I just think about the little kid that Prime used to bring to work every now and then. And NFL
They grow
Network.
up fast, huh?
They become grown men, that's for sure. Kobe Hudson.
UCF's well represented at this combine.
4.58. All right, here's Tez Johnson. Tell us about him, Daniel.
I better do it fast.
Nicely done.
He's not going to be here for a long time. He can fly. Gives a lot of reminders of Tank Dell in terms of just the quickness and burst and that size. He's only 154 pounds. One of the smallest players we've seen at the combine ever. But you're going to see real quick why he's here.
Put the key on real quick.
Real quick.
Here's Tez Johnson.
Yeah, he got out. Ooh, he got out.
4.55.
Gosh, he just must have topped out because it looked like his start was excellent.
Yeah. Well, he's got a second run coming.
That shocks me. And at that size, that's an important time. Like, he's going to have to run faster than that, whether it's here or at his pro day. That's a significant issue.
Well, he's got a second run at it.
Yep.
We'll be here for it. Josh Kelly is the final receiver of this group. Then again, they'll run it. Then we'll see the quarterback spin it with this group. The final first 40 is a 4.7 flat. And the second group of receivers will get out there with the second group of quarterbacks to wrap up our Saturday, but that's a long way away. As we're now back to the top. And Andrew Armstrong. See if he can improve upon his 4.52. There's a man who appreciates the need for speed. Yep. We see you. It's is he telling us to talk to the hand? Is that what that means?
I think he's just trying to cover up.
Understood. 4.53.
Consistent times there from Andrew Armstrong.
Okay. There's the new head coach of the Jets, and Aaron Glenn. The Texas A&M corner who was drafted 12th overall by the Jets. Now is the HC of the Jets.
Darren Mushy is the general manager. It's a big off season for them. They've got a lot of free agents in the secondary looking at that.
Here's Ironmanner.
It's a really good job of running through the ball. I want to see some improvement on some contested catches, but he can really, really run.
He improves. Gets a smattering of applause from the over 10,000 fans here, hoping to see a record breaker like they saw last year from this wide receiver group.
Yes, sir.
And that's it. The kid's first overall on the clock.
What jersey was he wearing there?
I didn't see.
Titans.
Pop him back up if you want.
It's a sign you got the #1 overall pick when I can't figure out which jersey that you're.
Oh boy, don't do that. Here's Badger.
4-4-3.
Okay. Kevin Stefanski's on the phone. Hang up the phone. Isaiah Bond is up. Kevin, there you go. He heard me. Okay. So Isaiah Bond again showed up here and said he was going to break the record and he could run in the 4.1s. And again, last year, when Xavier Worthy broke the record, said 4.20 next year. And this is his second run after running 4.41. Can he do it? Isaiah Bond runs a 4.44.
Which again is a great time. It's a great time, but not in the same ballpark as former Longhorn.
So we'll take a break and come back and see the rest of the 40s from the wide receiver group and then see some on-field drills with some quarterbacks we can't wait to see spin it. 40s we missed. Or you missed. We didn't miss them. Here they are. Sam Brown, that actually just made me jump.
It got me a little bit.
It got me. I didn't know it was coming. Pat Bryant.
Let's see if Pat can run a little bit better here.
4.63.
Another shot at that at the pro day.
All right. DK.
This one surprised me a little bit. I did not know he had this much juice.
He does. I mean, his second run almost as good as the first. Both super. Felton. Virginia Tech. He improves. Now here is Ty Felton of Maryland.
Yeah, real productive inside outside. He can wall guys off in traffic and makes a lot of catches in a lot of crowds. Fearless, working in the middle of the field. He can go up and get it.
I guess I should mention, every year at Maryland, didn't move.
There we go.
See?
Golf clap.
Look out.
I'm glad he gave another shot at that.
Brian Daboll.
They got the receiver right last year.
Pardon me?
Did they ever?
Nice stumble. Take your time, Ty.
That dude, man.
Take your time.
He was telling us, Daboll, that when we saw him, we were at the production meeting in Munich for that Munich game. He was telling us that
take your time.
That the team would be receiving ideas for plays from their rookie wide receiver.
From neighbors.
Right. But they weren't involving him as the primary target. Sometimes as him as the decoy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And that, but there were other times where he came with ideas for plays.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just fascinated to hear this sort of thing.
Not many times do actors pitch a script with themselves in a supporting role.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's a nice 4.39 run for Felton here.
I have a third-round grade on him. I feel pretty strong about that.
But, I mean, if you remember the conversation about neighbors here at the Combine and throughout the draft is, personality and would it mesh with the NFL and all that sort of business? Were there any flags? Didn't see any of that.
He absolutely loves football.
He just loves ball. I mean, you could tell when we met him prior to that game, and from the stories that Daboll was saying.
Now they got to get the right guy to get it to him.
Do they ever?
Trey Harris. That 4.54 is plenty fine for him with the way he plays, how efficient he is, how he moves, size. That's where he is.
That's where he is. Jaden Higgins. And some fast 40s here for the wide receiver group. The running backs, again, fastest group of running backs we've ever seen at a combine.
Golden one and done it, by the way. He was good. 4.30. That'll play. I was told to expect faster from Golden at his pro day because he had got a high ankle in his last game in the playoffs.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they said, whatever you see here, he'll be faster his pro day. I don't know that
Okay.
we need to see him running his pro day after that.
It's a bummer he didn't run again. I don't know. I mean, that's just obviously just
That's selfish for us.
Selfish for
but
us.
I do want to watch him run routes and go through the rest of the workout.
Well, you said you got a Nico Collins vibe from him on tape.
They ended up matching up pretty good. When you pull the numbers, you don't know exactly how that's going to come out. But the athletic stuff, along with the size, it's a DNA match. There's a lot of 50-50 wins. You just go up and get it. And the stop-start quickness, we'll see that when we get out in the workout, but sometimes these big guys are stiff. He's not. He can stop and start.
Here's Higgins.
Look at that stride.
4.54, so he'll stick with his first. Here's John Schneider. Is that Leslie Frazier?
Yeah, Leslie's in
behind
the
him?
background.
President of Football Ops and GM of the Seahawks, John Schneider. Here's Holden. Schneider dipped into the Ohio State pool of receivers a couple years ago with Jackson Smith and Jigba, who had a breakout season there in Seattle this year. As Mike McDonald, his head coach, said they need to get the ball to DK Metcalf more than they got him last year. And speaking as an individual who may or may not have had DK Metcalf in fantasy, I can agree. I can second that emotion, sir. Jimmy Horn Jr. Stacy?
Rich and DJ, Tez Johnson's very interesting out of Oregon. He weighed in at 154. He's 5'9", very fast. But when he was asked about his size, DJ, he said, listen, we're not bodybuilders out here. Put the tape on. Watch me play. But he also said this week that he's got a nutritionist and a chef, and he's trying to gain weight. DJ, how does he translate for you at the next level?
Well, it's just at that size, you got to play really, really fast, and you want to see them time really fast to kind of confirm your beliefs. So the fact that he ran what he ran was a little disappointing at that size. He's going to need to run faster.
Here's Torrey Horton, Colorado State, getting the whistle, and Jimmy Horn just got a very nice time. And just to bring it full circle about what Stacy just said, that Tez Johnson said, hey, we're not bodybuilders, we're just put the tape on. Dion, Jimmy Horn's coach in Colorado, famously would say about having the defensive backs go in the weight and reps room and lift 225. And he goes, what were you doing this for? Nobody ever asked me to lift Jerry Rice across my chest and lift him. It's what he said.
That's great.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously you might want to see more weight on somebody or more of a build
That's just
or
to
whatever.
want to see him physically hold up at the next level. And if
you put the pads on, right? I mean, then
yeah, I mean, it's There's numbers that'll support it, though. When you're at a certain size, you need to be accompanied by a certain speed to be able to protect yourself.
It's 4.42. Horton, good thing he got the whistle.
Again, he's not. He hasn't been 100% very long, so that means he's probably legitimate a 4.3, high 4.3 runner.
Well, plus the head shake is another indication that he's a 4.3 runner.
Yeah, he's got more. He knows he can be faster than that.
Kobe Hudson. Man, how many kids are named Kobe, right?
From this era, right? It's a great point.
Every year there's more and more.
It's a great point.
And then you look down at the notes and they're like, Kobe's their favorite player, and they have the Mamba mentality, and just can't believe he's no longer with us every single time I see that name. 4.57.
All right, Tez, let's get this thing down here, man. You're a heck of a lot faster than 4.55.
Should have had David Spade still here telling him knees up, right?
Yeah, coach him up a little bit.
Big run here for Tez. Another great get out.
Yeah, so that's more like it. He's not going to be happy with that, but he's trending in the right direction. He'll get to his pro day. He'll get in the 4.4s. He's not a 4. I mean, I'm just telling you flat out, he is not a 4.5 guy.
I mean, how many times do you hear story? I mean, Terrell Davis, right? He didn't run great 40, or at least considered that. And then you put the pads on and he's faster than everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So some guys actually do better with more weight on them, right?
Well, it's just game speed versus this track speed.
So Kelly will stick with his first run. And we're now going to break. We'll get on-field drills when we come back. Some Longhorn simulcam presented by Rocket. It is Bond, Golden. Well, we know who's going to win this.
Hey, Matthew Golden's hanging with him there.
Sure is. We'll be back with some on-field drills, with Quinn Ewers of Texas being some of the quarterbacks out there to spin it. Right here live on NFL Network. This is going to be fun. Don't miss it. Hey, we see you, Shuck. Now let's get the wide receivers in the action. And first up from Auburn, it's Keandre Lambert-Smith.
Really runs up on his toes, and he can pull away when the ball is up in the air. He actually had some good tempo as a route runner. He changes speeds.
And off he goes. First 40 run by the second group of receivers is a fast one.
That's a good omen right there.
4.38. He is the nephew of Cam Chancellor. Seattle fans may remember him. Apparently he and his uncle Cam speak regularly. Now here comes Jalen Lane from Virginia Tech.
Just at a little under 5'10", 191 pounds, a little undersized, quick slot receiver. Catches a ton of crossers, does a nice job settling in zones.
Make sure it's not on the black line. You can press it all the way up to the top.
Track star in high school in Clover, South Carolina. Made his way to Middle Tennessee State and comes to you from Virginia Tech to this 40-yard dash line here in Indianapolis. Fast. It is fast.
We're cooking now. Let's go.
4.35, Stacey Dales.
Rich, I just got reaction from Tyler Shuck's last run, which was the unofficial 4.64, I believe. I asked him how it felt. He said it felt great. I said, man, you were flying. And his response to me was, white lightning. White lightning, you gotta love it. I asked him why he ran, and he said, you know what? I wanted to come out here. He's competing, but it's always been a dream. This is the NFL Combine. Why not? You love this guy. You gotta love him.
Certainly the fans appreciated the visit. Pumped it up. Dominic Lovett.
He's got speed too.
And Lovett almost made it 3 for 3 in sub 4.40s to start us off. Came real close.
I haven't seen a Lovett run that fast since Julia Roberts said she was going to date Lyle.
Look at you. Look at you. Tay Mumfield of Pittsburgh stepping up.
A lot of quick screens can make you miss. A lot of double moves as well. I was just curious about the second gear, so let's see. Maybe shows us he's got a second gear here. Oh, that's the quicker than fast right there. Good player, quick. Doesn't have that top gear.
San Jose State's Nick Nash is next.
If you like production and explosive plays, you're going to like Nick Nash. 40 explosive plays, so over 15 yards. He's had a ton of production.
He's had over 2,000 yards combined the last 2 seasons, with 24 touchdowns combined.
And wait till we get to that red zone closer drill. The way he can elevate and go get the ball, he's going to be exceptional at that.
Off he goes. Nick Nash with a 4.58.
Yeah, more smooth than fast, but he does a good job. I like seeing guys that stay grounded through the catch. They run through the ball. They don't leave their feet. They don't gather and cradle. He's got a lot of confidence in his hands and plays at that full speed all the time.
Isaiah Nayor of Nebraska.
That's a big dude. 6'4 1/4, 218 pounds.
Is Brian Gutekunst looking on? Does he know how to draft young wide receivers and put them in play, or what?
He's done an excellent job. Though I think Josh Jacobs wants one more.
4.43.
That's a good time at that size. Okay, is Noel up next?
He is.
All right, I'm excited for this one.
Just a couple yards shy of 1,200 with 8 receiving touchdowns in his final year at Iowa State.
Where he was training to get ready for this. They said he was a half hour early every single day, consistently, a pro's pro, all business.
Nice get out.
Yeah, he's moving, Rich.
4.39.
Going back through my notes, actually says an hour and a half early for those workouts. And it shows he was ready to roll. Side by side with Emmanuel Sanders. Not too shabby.
Indeed. So the final 40s of the wide receiver group, we're underway. And we'll show you what you missed when we come back. Back here, the 40-yard dash line. Here's what you missed. Caden Prather of Maryland. Nice 4.46. Maryland showing up here today, huh?
They had a good receiver room in Maryland this year.
Jalen Royals.
There's a lot of love for Jalen Royals' game. Day 2 guy.
4.42. All right, here's your guy, Arian Smith. You say that there's a chance that he can have a record breaker.
He looks like he's flying.
And a 4.36 is nicely done.
That was an easy 4.36.
Yeah. Rock Taylor. 4.52. That happened quite literally while we were showing you the 40s. We're back live here at the NFL Scouting Combine.
Tesla here.
Isaac Tesla of Arkansas.
He's got some supporters in the building.
Clearly. Does it have to do with the flow, or is it his family? Could it be both?
Ooh, Pig Suey.
Pig Suey. Love it. That's the neat part about this, is that family and friends now can make it in here, and you can tell.
That's great. Look at the size here with Dante Thornton Jr.
Almost 6'5".
A lot of skinny posts.
Does he put the skinny in the post? 4-3 flat.
Yep. Those splits at Tennessee, Charles can attest to it. They split you out formationally from C to shining C, and then they let him just run those skinny posts and run right by people. CD, I mean, he lines up on the sideline close enough to shake a coach's hand.
Outs on him out there, DJ, and get people open. Part of the reason Jalen Hyatt really exploded on the scene, you remember that game against Alabama with 5 touchdowns. He'd end up in the slot, he'd end up outside, and there was a lot of confusion in the secondary. But talked with Josh Heupel, the head coach of Tennessee, and he said the second year really was when Dante Thornton really started to put it together, and you can see him roll right there.
Indeed. 4-3 flat. Jordan Watkins now. Another Ole Miss running Reb is running.
He's got the best jewelry we've seen so far.
And a 4.38.
Yeah. You got to pay for that thing. You got to run in the 4.3s. Look at that.
Some fans as well.
That was
Theo
outstanding.
Weiss is next up from Missouri.
Theo Weiss did a good job of taking Luther Burden under his wing there at Missouri. Transfer from Oklahoma. Look at that. That's strong jewelry game, Rich. I think you add that to your run. I think you get a little bit faster.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. You feel good with that.
Yeah. I will probably disprove that theory. But I appreciate your confidence, sir.
Be right up to the edge, but don't be on it, you know?
I wonder if that's Al the Jeweler's work, our friend there, by the way.
You can ask Sauce about it. The Brian Borgonzi show. What are they talking about? First overall selection. First domino to tumble. Yay or nay? They use it or they trade it? Make your call before Theo goes.
I'm going to say they use it.
Okay. And there goes Theo. 4.59. I mean, you make that call on March 1st. Draft's only late April.
Nothing's going to happen between now and then.
Nothing ever happens, right?
Wells. When your nickname is Juice, usually that means you can run a little bit.
By the way, I'm sure if I was on Twitter, I'd be seeing everybody saying it's the Ole Miss Rebels. The running Rebels is my old UNLV.
Oh, yeah.
My bad.
You got George Ackles on the brain.
That's a good one.
It's a deep cut.
A deep cut. Stacey Augmon.
Oh, Plastic Man. Nothing better. Grandmama. How did they lose to Duke? Seriously? I was a little kid, but I was the first time I remember being really, really wrong about a prediction.
Yeah.
Not the last.
.463. We'll be back in the final four first 40s of the final group of wide receivers. We'll play those for you. Whatever you miss, we've got your back. As the kids say, BRB. LeJounte Wester of Colorado.
He's only 163 pounds, but he can roll.
4.47.
Good time.
Speaking of UNLV, I was early. There he is.
There he is.
Ricky White. 4.62.
All right, this is the one I'm curious about. Kyle Williams. Have him with a day 2 grade here. He got a lot of ground covered at that start.
4.42.
Yep. He had an awesome Senior Bowl week of practice.
Savion Williams of TCU.
This is one of the more interesting stories.
4.49.
He plays all over the place for TCU. Wildcat, receiver, move him all over the place. He's fun.
Stacy?
Yeah, DJ. He was a quarterback, as you know, in high school. Massive size. Guys, his measurables here, almost 6'4", 222 pounds. And the thing that's been discussed about him, like he's a dual threat. He's, like you talked about, DJ, come to be known as a dual threat. And when he was asked what he prefers in terms of wide receiver, running back, being used all over the field, he wants to be a receiver. We think he's going to be a receiver, DJ, but he's willing to do the dirty work in short yardage. Maybe a tush-push kind of guy.
All right. Lambert's, if it's still allowed. Lambert Smith, 4.38 40 is what he runs. And based on the unofficial times that we have in Group 9 for the moment, Group 8, the previous wideout group, is already official. That said, the most sub-440s by a wideout in a single combine since 2003. Last year there were 9. If everything stays as it currently is, meaning the unofficial becomes official,
hold up, yeah.
This wideout group would have 10.
Jeez.
And that's after the running back group was the fastest we've ever seen. So,
yeah, it's a lot of speed in college football
I'm sorry,
right now.
I didn't say it correct. That's my bad then.
So something's getting sorted out there as Jalen Lane is.
He's in that club.
Trying to improve upon this 4.35.
Yep, 3 good counts now.
It was a little bit better quarterback play throughout the year. His numbers would have been much better than they were. He's open a lot.
He didn't improve, but he stayed below 4.4. The only sub 4.3 we've seen is Matthew Golden, who ran it once and then not again.
And we had one. Thornton was right on the number, right? There he is, yeah, 4.30. So we'll see that could
improve.
Could improve. That's what Golden did. I think Golden was 4.30. And
it was.
The,
that is correct.
Got the little bump. Love it.
He's got a chance if he can improve to get below 4.4.
What was John Lovett's signature phrase?
That's the ticket?
There you go. I knew it. It's in there somewhere. I know it's Lovett's, but it's still, it plays. There you go.
4.41.
And no T-Mac. I know some people your team is a pick in the first round. You want to see Tet McMillan here from Arizona. He's not running today, but we'll have a chance to show some of his video a little bit later. He's got a lot of Drake London to his game.
Conate Mumfield. Oh, Pitt.
Should have 2 boys and start a band.
He gets the whistle.
Take your time. Take your time, man. No hurry.
Are you making a Mumford & Sons reference? I mean, my gosh, it's getting late. It is getting late early.
You fouled that one off. I thought I had it by you. I thought it was by you. Just got a piece.
Just got a piece. Call it right now before Mumfield goes. That man chooses a quarterback, yes or no? That was Stefanski.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I might do this a few more times. Make you make snap decisions.
I like the
and
snap
hold
decisions.
you to it.
I like the snap decisions.
Snap decisions with Daniel Jeremiah as we wait for 40s to be run. We'll stick with the first run.
Damn.
You could tell his opinion of his work. Nick Nash coming up. Nice kicks.
Very nice.
Off he goes. Well, what are the odds? He's a 4.58 runner.
Yeah, that's plenty for his play style too. He just knows how to play. He's caught so many balls. Just has a real good feel. Knows how to work in space. We've seen a lot of good receivers in this league in the 4.5s. Amon-Ra St. Brown was a 4.54, if I'm not mistaken, when he was coming out. I've got that right here. Amon-Ra St. Brown was 4.59.
Okay, he turned out all right.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
They are trying to improve upon a 4.43. And he does.
I hope he didn't get hurt there.
Careful.
He stumbled before that last time. There was a couple stumbles and ran faster.
Looks like he did come through it okay.
Let's see what he's got in store. He's had a day with the jumps. Jumping 41.5 inches in the vertical, 11.2 in the broad, and he's already put down a 4.39. This is what's called playing with house money at this point in time. Matt Campbell doing some recruiting there and developing at Iowa State.
Stick with the first. When we come back, we'll show you what you missed. Baby Luke dreaming about when I'm calling his name in 2045. Wow, that means I'm here in 20 years. I'll take it.
That dog looked like it was ready to go to work on that carpet. I'd be a little careful there.
I'll sign for that. Here's what you missed. Hey there, Maryland. Can he improve on 4.46? The answer is no.
It's all right. First one works.
Royals. Can he improve on 4.42? The answer is no. So Royals flushes that second. Smith, can he improve on 4.36? The answer is...
He looks fast, man.
No! Come on! Rock Taylor, can he improve on 4.52? The answer is... Yes! Yes! Slaw, can he improve on 4.44? The answer is... No, come on!
He still has the largest cheering section.
Thornton Jr., can we get sub 4.3? I'm trying to set these things up.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice payoff if you ever do get it. Those are two great times for Thornton.
Yeah, they are. I mean, here I am, oh man. Ran a 4.32.
Dude, he's almost 6'5", 205 pounds.
That is crazy. I love how, yes, this skinny post could be his nickname. Peter?
One of the players you're not seeing run a 40 is Xavier Restrepo out of Miami. I will tell you, while these 40s are going on, Cam Ward, his quarterback, is going through a full throwing session with Restrepo. The quarterback throwing on the ball is Cam Ward. So although Cam Ward's not going to be doing the quarterback drills, he's getting his tosses in, and Restrepo's gone through the entire route tree during these 40s.
Good eye spying there, man. Jordan Watkins. 4.39.
2 great times. Can really track the deep ball down the field, too.
There you go. That's what you're talking about, Peter. I'd do that for you.
You'd warm me up?
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Don't I do that every show?
You do, yes. That's a good analogy.
We rehearse the open, you know. I'm like the Cam Ward to your Restrepo.
Get me nice and comfortable.
Yeah. Theo Weiss Jr. 4.59. All right.
Better.
There you go. That's called Weiss Lightning.
Nice. Thought you were going to go with a Vanessa joke there, but.
There you go. Brady Cook ran a 4.59, so he actually became faster than his quarterback.
Quarterback's had a good day running.
You gotta be, right?
See if Juice Wells can get this time down a little bit. But when you go through the combine, you start getting through the groups like we have. You start realizing why schools like Ole Miss and South Carolina had good years. Got a ton of players here.
.463 becomes a 4.58. That's a vast improvement.
It looks a lot different on the card in the draft room.
Nice round of applause. The official attendance, 13,000. Although the minute Will Howard stopped throwing, a lot of people left.
I think the people that are left are all related to Isaac Tesla.
Yes. Dejounte Wester. If you're out there watching Prime, what's up? 4.47.
I think him and Marshall and Sapp are all sitting together taking this in.
I love it. 4.48. Sapp's just waiting for some big offensive lineman to run slow tomorrow, so he could text me that's your pace car.
Pace car.
There's Shador.
Cool.
Again,
Cool.
still smiling.
Cool. Cool. Some do though.
Mead and Wester.
Some do. Cool.
UNLV's Ricky White, the third. As we're getting through the final 40s of the night.
Almost like he got hurt there or something. He just looks like he's okay. That was a hurt grunt more than a.
I hope not. The two Williamses will wrap it up. Kyle first.
I think he can get under 4.4 if
Okay.
he gets a clean run.
Okay.
He's explosive off the ball. When you watch him in his releases, he wins right now.
Remember Kyle Williams, a defensive tackle?
Yeah, a little different run here for him.
Warren Sapp once upon a time broke his film down on game day morning, calling him just my man.
Did it all with no neck. He was
my man.
A wrestler.
Here's Kyle. Let's get it. Let's get it.
There we go.
Oh, so close.
We'll see.
Maybe the official. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, worthy of applause. For sure.
He gave you this head shake. He wants to be in the 4.3s.
Oh, maybe he will be. Maybe he will be. That's what he's thinking right now. And close enough where the official time could.
Dude, you're good, man. Your tape's good. 4.4 flat is an excellent time. Savion Williams. When Sean Payton said he was looking for his joker, like a toy that you can move around and find mismatches, this is an example of one of those. That looks pretty clean.
4-5-1 is the final 40 time of the night. You wanted to see the simulcam of Thornton, right?
Yeah, what do we got?
DK Metcalf and Mike Evans.
All righty.
Mike Evans.
I think he's going to come out on top here based off that time.
You think so?
Look how big he is, and he is rolling. Yeah, he's got DK.
Mike Evans is not winning this race, but guess what? He's running to Canton.
He's winning in life.
So, Mike Evans sitting at home going, I ran a 4.53. What are you doing here?
I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that.
What are we doing? Okay, when we come back, Milroe and Leonard getting out there as Thornton waved bye-bye to pretty much everybody who thought they could beat him in this race.